Good morning and welcome to the 2020 Pacific Northwest Pretreatment Workshop. You're joining us today on our final day of our workshop, day 5. We see that we've got a good group online and the numbers are slowly going up. So good morning, everyone. I hope you have your coffee. I know there are folks joining us from all over the states, so welcome. If it's earlier than 8 a.m., again, I hope you have your coffee. And if it is you're 1, 2, 3 hours ahead, I hope you've had your coffee and had a bathroom break before we start. We're going to go over a few housekeeping items before starting with our first presenter. If you need CEUs for this workshop, poll participation is required. At each 1 hour session, we will generate a poll and you will take both polls and you'll earn 0.1 CEUs. You may need to minimize your screen. There's just a quirk with GoToWebinar that requires this on some computers. So if we do a poll and you don't see it, try minimizing your screen. If that does not work, we're here for you. Go to the questions or the chat box and let us know what we will, if we'll ask you specific questions about to do some troubleshooting effort. But what we're asking most folks is that if you have problems with the poll consistently and routinely, then it's okay to send me, Andrea Swan, an email directly stating that you're having technical difficulties and you're not able to participate in the poll, but you do need CEUs. If you're able to send me an email when we're doing the polls, that would be ideal because it would be time-stamped in the time frame that we perform the polls. And so, and that's would confirm your participation for that hour of presentations. Some of you were registered by someone within your organization and you may not have my email. So I'll go ahead and send that through the chat box, but it is andreas@sumnerwa.gov. And again, I will put my email in the chat box. We are using the Q&A box to allow the attendees to post questions for the presenters. If you have a question for the presenter, put your question in the question box and we will share it with them either in real time or at the end of their presentation, depending on the speaker's preference. If we have time, we will sprinkle the workshop with a few breaks to allow folks to pop away from their screen. I know that we've had a lot of comments that express that they do not want to go away from the presentation, but we aren't allowing bathroom breaks. So I hear you, and we totally understand. So we have a hard break in the middle between the second and third presentation at around 9:55. But if we can, we'll try to allow for more breaks, quick bathroom breaks or coffee refills. So I hope that's okay. We will be sending out a survey at the end of our workshop, so please complete it. That would be really helpful. And finally, our presentations that you see during this workshop, the presentations will be sent to us by the presenters and we will post them to our website. We will also post any handouts that they send over and these recorded daily webinar sessions. So we don't have a time frame for this, but we're hoping perhaps by the end of the month that we'll have all this information up to our website. But again, just be patient and give us some grace. This is the first time we're doing a virtual workshop. We have a really great group joining us today. We're going to start with David Knight with the Washington Department of Ecology. And at 9, Tiffany Garcia with OSU is going to be joining us. After our break, we're going to welcome Carla Davison, Ann Tavalier, and Thomas. I'm blanking on his name. We unfortunately didn't get it up on the agenda, but the 3 of them with the Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy will be joining us. And finally, we'll end with Jay Swift with Gray and Osborne out here in Seattle, Washington. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and welcome Dave. Good morning, Dave. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. I just wanted to check to see if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Is my screen coming up now?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, we can see your screen.
All right. Great, great. Okay, well, welcome and good morning. I hope you all had your coffee too. I am very honored to be here, to have a chance to talk to you today about a couple of topics related to local limits. Who am I? Well, my name's David Knight, and I'm an engineer, and I've been working for the Department of Ecology and had the privilege to serve in the capacity of pretreatment program coordinator for Southwest region and be the coordinator for the state for statewide initiatives for the last 28 years, since 1992. So I've been here a while. No excuses if I don't know what I'm doing. That's the problem that you get when you've been here for a long time. You run out of excuses if you don't know your stuff. So hopefully I do, and I want to share some things with you today. I think it'll be a really useful hour, and I'm going to do my best to make it so. So with that, let's see if I can get to the next slide, because it doesn't look like, okay, there. All right.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, so let's just dig right in. I wanted to let you know that I'm kind of doing 2 presentations today, and I will take questions on the first part of it, which is about criteria for human health at the half hour, and then I'll take questions about how to develop local limits for toxicity and explosivity at the end. So I will be doing that. So let's just go ahead. Stepping back, I wanted to take a second to just paint the picture for POTWs and staff that are out there. A lot of people are new to pretreatment and have a question about, who develops local limits? Who has to develop local limits? Oh, well, technically, if you are developing a program and have a pretreatment program, you have to have local limits to protect your plant for all of those pollutants that might cause a problem to you. And a lot of people don't realize that even if you don't have a program and you're not developing a program, you need to have local limits if you're experiencing pass-through interference. And interference is defined as inability to meet your permit limits because somebody or something has interfered with the operation of your treatment system, including the collection system. So if you are having an instance where you've got vapor toxicity or explosivity, and that's keeping you from maintaining your treatment works in the collection system, and your permit requires you to do that, then you then have interference and would be required by 403.5 C2 to develop local limits to prevent that. So that's how that interacts with you. So local limits to prevent pass-through are based on preventing violation of the effluent limits that you have. And that would be based on the most stringent criteria. And one of those criteria is human health criteria. And that's what I'm talking about today. And that's why that's in red. And you also have to prevent toxics in toxic amounts and other pollutants that might be causing you to have a problem. The toxic and toxic amounts provision is the basis for whole effluent toxicity testing. So that's very important for us. It's a backstop. And the methodology is one you've probably seen if you've had a local limits presentation before. You develop a maximum level headworks loading, convert it to an industrial loading, and then you allocate that out in local limits. When the water quality criteria change, then you need to revisit your local limits. Now, local limits also support specific prohibitions. These include, among others, explosivity, their chance of explosion, and vapor toxicity. So limits to prevent such conditions at the point of discharge are very important, and they apply like other local limits at the point of discharge. So they're in that regards the same as the local limits that you've developed to prevent pass-through. So if you've seen this graphic before, and I think we've had this up several times with other presenters, you'll see that down on the lower part of the screen, the pass-through of pollutants in the surface waters is one of the things that we're trying to prevent. But you'll also see explosions and injury to workers from hazardous fumes located there. If you can see my pointer, I would move these back up closer to where these industries are, because these industries are the ones that at the point of discharge have the highest potential to cause explosions and injury to workers from hazardous fumes. You won't see these effects when you've diluted your industrial effluents by 100 to 1,000 fold at the treatment plant nearly so often as you'll see them at the point of discharge. And that's why you develop these effluent limits to protect your plant against vapor toxicity and explosivity at the point of discharge. So let's talk about the types of criteria that your POTW might have to meet. I divided them into 7 types, and I haven't seen before where people have officially said there's only 7 types. There may be more. I'm just kind of trying to organize this material in a way that I think will make it useful for you. So I've divided the criteria into 7. And as we go on and time goes by, you might find that there's more of these, or some of these aren't really that useful. But what I'm talking about today is human health criteria, and that's the level of pollutants in ambient waters that does not pose a significant long-term risk to exposed populations. And they're developed for fresh waters and marine waters, and developed for protection against carcinogenic compounds and non-carcinogenic compounds. So you have 4 different types of human health criteria, basically. We also have aquatic life criteria, and these are what you typically find driving effluent limits for your POTW. You have acute criteria, which are based on protecting aquatic life in very close to your discharge. They're based on the effects of a pollutant over an hour. And chronic criteria are based on the effects of exposure over a 4-day period. So these in Washington State have different mixing zones, and they're limited to how big they can be based on our rules. And so aquatic life criteria you'll find are the most common criteria driving effluent limits for your POTW. We also have nutrient criteria. Now, these have been established in Washington State for lakes, and as time goes by, we are looking to establish these for receiving waters more and more. Nowadays, most people that have nutrient criteria have them because there's been a TMDL. They found an impairment. They've traced that back to nutrients causing eutrophication, which has caused low dissolved oxygen levels. And thereby, they've said, well, we need to have nutrient criteria, and done a TMDL. In the future, more people will have nutrient criteria without those TMDLs, perhaps. But this is something that EPA has published some recommendations on quite a while ago. In 2000, between 2000 and 2002, EPA came out with a series of documents that establish what they believe that nutrient concentration should be for different ecoregions of the United States. I have included a hot link here, and when you get the presentation, hopefully it'll be uploaded onto the web soon. You can go to that and you can see these eco-regional specific criteria if you have the time to look at that. We also have biological criteria. These are the toxic and toxic amounts protection criteria. And so your plant most likely is required to, if you're over 1 mgd, do a whole effluent toxicity test and provide results of that with your NPDES permit application, if not routinely. And this is to protect you against having toxics in toxic amounts. And that's an important criteria. And if you do have that, you'll need to trace it down to see what is causing that toxicity and find the chemical or chemicals that are doing that and reduce their concentration. So that's called the toxicity investigation evaluation. We also have, and as time goes on and POTWs are using their effluent for more beneficial purposes, such as recharging groundwater, we have groundwater quality. In Washington State, we've had criteria for a long time, but not every state does have criteria for their groundwater quality. And so we're lucky in that regards. These are found in Washington State at Chapter 173-200, and they apply to POTWs with discharge to ground. We also have reclaimed water criteria. This publication was just published in 2018, and we've established, instead of Class A, B, C, D, we now have a Class B, Class A, and a Class A plus, which is yet to be fully described and used. But Class A plus would be for like a potable water reuse, which is not done now, but is provided for in this rule. There's also a criteria called organoleptic effects. These are taste and odor, and would apply, when they're the backstop, when there's no other criteria, they could apply. So let's switch now that we've gone through all of the different criteria. Let's go back to human health criteria for a bit. The basis for human health criteria is established in the Clean Water Act. This was done in the Nixon era, in the early 70s. I think it was passed around 73. It requires EPA to publish national recommended water quality criteria. And EPA has put those on the internet. And these recommended water quality criteria are not regulations, but may be used by tribes to establish standards and states to establish standards. EPA expects that states will use these criteria. And when states update their criteria, they will look to make sure that the states have used the latest information. The list contains 121 chemicals and pathogens. Most of these are what they call priority pollutants, and that list of priority pollutants is at 40 CFR 423 Appendix A, but it also includes such things as pH and dissolved solids and bacterial concentrations. There's 4 types of human health criteria, as I said. Carcinogens, non-carcinogens, and water and organisms, that's for fresh water, and consumption of organisms alone, and that's for saltwater. And here's what it looks like when you go to EPA's human health criteria table on the internet. And you'll see that it's got the publications there, and on the right side, under notes, it will often tell you if this criteria are based on the fact that it's a carcinogen or not a carcinogen. And when you click on one of these hot links, the pollutants all have hot links, and that goes to the development document. And if you search through the development document, you'll find that it explains here are the presumptions that they made as to the reference dose and the other factors, body weight, relative source contribution, drinking water intake, and the formula that they used. So let's go a little bit through the history of what happened after 1973. And I'm going to talk about some of these in greater length later, but I just wanted to kind of go through a chronology of what happened here with local limits. With human health criteria that are used then to drive local limits. In 1976, EPA published a Red Book. You can still find that, links to that on EPA's website for water quality criteria. That was really the first compendium of available data on how toxic all of these pollutants that EPA had said that they're going to look at are. In 1979, EPA published at 401.15 a list of 65 toxic pollutants, and these were not just individual pollutants, but families of pollutants like arsenic and compounds or barium and compounds, selenium and compounds. So all of these were not really easy to regulate because, you know, you can't regulate a metal and its compounds. You have to have specific pollutants in order to do the testing to assure that you've got compliance with a limit. So what EPA did after that was in 1982, they published at 40 CFR Report 423 a list of 129 specific priority pollutants that you could then monitor for. Over the years, 3 of those have been scratched off because they were redundant or the test really didn't work for them. But that list has basically remained unchanged since it was first published. In 1986, EPA then published the Gold Book, which is the first tabulation of water quality criteria. And you can find that at the link here. It's still useful because not all of the pollutants that are included in EPA's water quality criteria are listed. There are other pollutants that you would go back to the Gold Book and you can see additional information. So it's still a good reference for some pollutants that don't have water quality criteria established, or recommendations established by EPA. Now in 1992, EPA by then had expected that states would all codify human health criteria, but a number of states had not by that time done that, 14 states and territories in fact, and those states and territories were subject to what EPA called the National Toxic Rule, and they codified that for CFR 131, and Washington was actually one of those NTR states. The number of states has decreased from 14 to 10 that are covered under that rule, but Washington was one of those states, and it is currently covered for 3 toxics under 131.45. In 1998, EPA redid the compendium, I guess I should say, of human health criteria. And this is kind of a rather obscure document. I actually could not find that. But in 2002, they updated it again, and that's easily located on the internet. And I'm going to talk about this 2002 compendium a little bit more on the next few slides. And then in 2015, they updated that again. Now, after 2015, Ecology developed its human health criteria to get out of this National Toxic Rule. And so I'll talk about the 2002 and 2015 updates a little bit. And then we have 40 CFR 131.36. That's where the NTR states rules were required. So this is what the 2002 criteria document looks like. And what did it do? Well, it updated the 98 criteria, changed mercury from a fish tissue based to a fish tissue based methyl mercury criterion. It's the only criteria where it's based on the concentration of fish tissue. It combined all the discrete PCB criteria into one total PCB criteria, updated criteria for several other metals, and changed some basically some of the particulars about how you develop limits. So in the 2002 publication, I want to focus on the formulas. The difference between carcinogens and non-carcinogens is carcinogens use a cancer potency factor, whereas non-carcinogens use a reference dose and relative source contribution. You won't be developing, as a pretreatment coordinator, water quality criteria for human health, but it might be useful to know where they come from. The fish consumption rate in 2000 changed from 6.5 grams per day to 17.5 grams per day. And in 2002, they also talked about a nonlinear approach, but this was not used for any of the criteria there. Here's all the development documents then in the 2015 update when that occurred later. So in 2015, they updated several things again. They changed the bioconcentration factor to a bioaccumulation factor to better account for multiple routes of exposure from the pollutants. And they updated the toxicity factors, reference those, both and cancer slope, so that a lot of the carcinogens became had lower criteria after that. They lowered the relative source contribution, which had been used as a default of 1 for many cases, to down to 0.2. In a lot of cases, 0.5 to 0.2 is common there. They increased the presumed body weight from 70 to 80 kilograms, increased your water consumption to 2.4 liters, and the fish consumption from 17.5 to 22 grams per day. So, but what it didn't do, and if you read this document that summarizes it, you'll find that EPA didn't update the criteria for due to outstanding technical issues for a number of the metals. And these include various ones, including manganese. And manganese still does not have any water quality criteria, but recent reports that I've seen show that manganese has an effect on the body very similar to lead, which can, lead to impairments of the brain. So I think that if we see any movement on these criteria, I think that the next one might be manganese, due to publications that are coming out now that show that there is a concern with how much manganese people are getting. But the 2015 human health criteria updates really didn't add new pollutants. So hot on the heels of that, EPA's 2015 criteria republication, Ecology set to work to update its human health criteria. And in doing that, we proposed a number of updates to ours to bring us in line with this 2015 publication. We wanted to allow EPA to retire the listings for Washington as an NTR state, take us out of that. And after a significant amount of outreach and evaluation, we codified updated criteria in August of 2016. One of the things that relate to metals is that water effects ratios, which EPA really proposed and pushed hard in its 2015 rule, were allowed, but as EPA guidance requires, they were only allowed after approval by EPA. So this makes it quite a cumbersome tool. And I think that since then we haven't done any of those water effects ratios, because now to use a water effects ratio, we have to get EPA approval. It used participating coefficients. We allow for that. And that can be done by permit writers and don't require EPA approval. So we had a lot more new criteria, more stringent. 161 of these were more stringent than before the 2016 rule. So the NTR, the 1992 NTR, was very outdated and didn't capture what we needed it to. So most of these criteria were more specific or more stringent than they used to be. There were only 36 criteria that were not changed by the 2016 rule. And so you can find those at these hot links, and the spreadsheet that gives you a tool that Ecology uses to develop permits. A link to that tool is here on the second link. And it's got a big list of things. It's got all of the priority pollutants listed. So if you look here, the point of bringing this up is so you can see that there's only 3, and you'll see this highlighted in red, 3 pollutants that have water quality criteria where the human health criteria are more stringent than the acute and chronic criteria for protection of aquatic life. And those are antimony, inorganic arsenic, which has a criteria that is so low that we can't really implement it because ambient waters in Washington state tend to be around 1 part per billion. Anywhere in the range of 0.8 to 1.2 is common. And so to have a criteria of 0.018 and 0.14 is not really implementable because ambient waters are so much higher. Also, methyl mercury as a fish tissue concentration is now at 0.03. And that's a difficult one, especially for water quality, because so much of the sources of mercury are not discharges of effluent from wastewater treatment plants. And to look at some of the studies that have been done to see how close we are to meeting that, we have various groups that go out and sample fish, tribal organizations, and this Columbia River Keepers looks at water quality on the Columbia River. They did a study in 2014, and they found that you could have about 8 meals per day of salmon and still be within the health guidance. Well, 8 meals per month. 8 meals per month is pretty good. It didn't meet our desired allowable consumption rate of 175 grams per day, which is quite an increase over EPA's recommended 22.5 grams per day that you set human health criteria at. But it is still a rate that allows mercury to be within, the limits of what you can receive if you have 8 meals of steelhead. Others are better than that. So if you go to this report, you'll see what the fish tissue results came out to be, and they're not that disappointing. They're actually encouraging. You can eat the fish from most of Washington. So what happened in the end of, well, I wanted to compare this basically from 2020 to 2016. So only a couple pollutants are more stringent in EPA's current national recommended criteria. So EPA's response in 2016 was basically to reject it and to, because they thought that we had not factored in some of the things properly, they proposed a rule that had more stringent criteria. For some pollutants that are found occasionally, they would have been significantly more stringent. But what happened is that they rescinded that rule in March of this year. And so basically it's gone, and Ecology's 2016 proposal is there. The only things that were left were 3 pollutants in 40 CFR 131.45. That is methylmercury, inorganic arsenic, and this curious compound called bis-2-chloro-1-methyl ether. And the EPA is basically renamed and given a new CAS to this pollutant. And so you can go through the who shot John, but it's the only pollutant I've seen where EPA has changed the name and then changed the CAS number. So you're actually talking about a different pollutant, and it's kind of curious that they did that. Ecology did list the bis-2-chloro-1-methyl ether with a CAS 108-601, which is its proper CAS as a priority pollutant in our criteria table. But there was basically a difference of opinion on what should be the priority pollutant. So anyway, that's why that one came up. So other criteria news, Washington criteria for bacteria are changing. At the end of this year, the standard for fresh water is moving to E. coli and for marine waters to enterococci. The good news is that the technology-based secondary treatment standard remains fecal coliform and will not be changed. There's no move to change that. It's been our standard since 1987. And here's an implementation for how we're going to move to E. coli and enterococci, and that mostly affects waters that are impaired. We're looking at the dissolved oxygen standard to protect salmon. This is based on EPA findings that we may not be protecting fish, and it's being considered to be revised to assure protection of salmon eggs and larvae, the development of and also to develop a new fine sediment criteria. And the timeline for that is on the internet here, with hopefully a decision on what we might adopt as a rule in a year from now. And nutrients are becoming a significant issue. Ecology has looked at what is going to happen over the next 30 years, and it looks that by the estimates that we have, 1.8 million more people will be discharging their effluent to the Puget Sound area, to south, both South and Main Puget Sound by 2050. So in 30 years, we're going to have 1.8 million people. Well, that means that a lot less pollutant can come per person. And so we're looking at how to do that. We had a report on November, which was a final recommendation that said that ecology should establish numeric water quality-based effluent limits during the next 2 to 3 years and provide a compliance schedule for each of the plan to build the infrastructure needed to accommodate future growth and meet water quality-based effluent limits. So it looks like the recommendation of the group that was set about to look at what we should do as recommended water quality-based limits for nutrients. The specifics are at these links. We're working on per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances like a number of other states. And we've just published, October of 2020, a revised draft water plan to figure out what we can do to reduce the threat of PFAS, per and polyfluorinated alkyl substances. And here is the link to that that plan. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is take some questions, if there is any questions on the criteria.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. We do have 2 questions in. Let's see. One person's asking if you can go into more detail about what qualifies as a technical review for needing to redo local limits.
Well, I would, I don't think that that's really defined in rule or regulation. So it's kind of up to your judgment. What you have to do as a functional basis, I would say, is to be able to defend your limits in a court of law, should they be challenged. And so you need to have enough documentation to be able to say that, if push came to shove and I had to defend where this limit came from, I could do so.
Okay, yeah. Someone's also asking if you could remind us if you mentioned what you thought the future limit for manganese might be.
I have no idea what the future limit might be. There is, studies that are just published recently that show manganese has an effect on the human body that's very similar to lead in its impairment of brain function. So I don't think that that's going to go away. I expect that that might receive, and I hope that that receives more attention, and that an appropriate limit is developed and derived at by EPA. But so far, I haven't really heard that EPA is even working on it. So we'll see how that goes over time.
Okay, well, great. Thank you for detailing both of those. We don't have any other questions, so if you wanted to go into the next part of your presentation.
Okay, thank you. I will. Now I'm going to talk about how do you develop vapor toxicity and explosivity limits. And I'm going to try to make this as easy as I can. There's a bit of math involved. So I'm going to kind of go through the concepts, and then I'm going to run through one practical exercise for each of those two so that you can see with actual numbers how you just do the math. So hopefully it'll be something that if you had to do it, you can muddle through, and you could go back to this presentation and see the formulas and look up the tools and read more about it as you need to. Explosivity, boy, everybody gets excited when they see a big explosion. I did a presentation back in 2015, and I looked on the internet for explosions, and I found this, which had just been done the year before. It just occurred the year before. This was a tragic situation in Taiwan's second largest city, Kaohsiung, where their sewer system exploded after what's termed a gas leak. And I think it was, I don't know if it was hexane or butane, but something had leaked into the sewer system, and it caused a large explosion. It went all the way back for like a mile. So it was a huge explosion, and it basically just cratered all the way down through the downtown corridor. And unfortunately, a number of people actually lost their lives. And so it just shows you that this is still a concern In this case, I don't know if it was something that was in the wastewater that was being discharged or if it was just had entered the sewer system. But the sewer can be like a giant pipe bomb if it has something explosive in it. And so, the threat of something explosive in the sewer is still something to always be cognizant of. So where did I get the material for this presentation? Well, there are a couple of references in this, but most of the presentations you'll see on local limits don't really go into how to actually go through the nuts and bolts and set limits for toxic and reactive gases or explosive pollutants. The one manual that really goes into this is from EPA in 1992. It's a 114-page manual, including the cover sheets and such. So it's not a huge manual, and that includes like 3 or 4 appendices too. So the actual text of that manual is about 60 pages, and then it's got about 40 pages or 50 pages of appendices. And you'll find that at that link there. And if you really need to do local limits for toxic reactive gases or explosivity, that is really the primary source. Now, EPA included, when it updated its local limits guidance manual in 2004, a chapter on how to do limits for pollutants that have basically a potential to violate the specific prohibitions. So that could be a concern at the point of discharge. So that included not only explosive and toxic ones, but things such as pH and temperature and grease. So those things were basically received about 7 pages of text in Chapter 8 in the local limits manual. So not a big address, but it's very succinct and it cuts to the chase. And if you want to start there, it will give you an overview of the process. And it included 3 appendices in that manual that have useful tabulations of your information you need to do that. And I had developed some in the mid-90s spreadsheet. This was actually published in 2011. That's why it's on the internet. You'll find it as new LL11 or new L11. You can find it at this link here, and it's got a tabulation of toxic and the numbers that you'd use for that, and the methodology is described in that spreadsheet. So that's hopefully useful if you have to do this. So what's different about toxic and explosive limits? Well, you can throw away the pie. When you're looking at headworks loadings for conventional way that local limits are developed, you want to figure out how much can the POTW take so that it doesn't interfere with the POTW or cause an effluent violation, and then you back calculate how much it can take and how much of that can be industrial. You develop basically the pie. Well, when it comes to toxics and explosive limits, you throw that pie away. You don't use that methodology. What you do use is the concentration that you can handle at that point of discharge, and that's all you care about. So the focus is on protecting your workers from vapors and explosions at nearby manhole structures and pump stations that are just down from that point of discharge. Such locations can free gases, and they can have a long retention time. If you're talking about drop structures or pump stations, these things, when the industry stops for the day, will hold that water, and it'll be there long enough so that it'll reach equilibrium, and fume toxicity and explosivity can be a significant concern. But when you get further down towards the POTW, concern is less common. And so, while you see on that graphic, explosion or toxicity at the POTW, it's far less common to see that than to see it up close and at the point of discharge of where industries are actually discharging. So categorical standards, to talk about that for a second, those apply to wastewater from specific industrial processes and the listed ancillary processes. They are applied after treatment, but before other wastes are combined. So they won't be the end of pipe limits. Local limits, both for pass-through interference or for vapor toxicity and explosivity and other prohibitions are both applied at the point of discharge. So all local limits are applied at the point of discharge. Now, the technical basis for local limits is different for vapor and toxicity and explosivity than it would be for things that have a cumulative effect, where you're looking at pass-through interference. So the basis is different, but it's no less important to document what is your basis. And so that I just wanted to make that point, that it's still very important that you document when you have local limits to protect your plant against fog, pH, temperature, and pass-through and interference, that you document why you did that, so that you can defend those in a court. And you always want to be able to defend what you're requiring people to do. Now, you've probably heard on various local limits presentations that you can't take somebody else's local limits and use them as yours. Well, that is absolutely true when your local limits are based on allocation of a headworks loading, because that is extremely specific to the POTW that you're protecting. But when you're looking at the analysis of what concentration of a pollutant causes an unacceptable risk of vapor toxicity and explosivity, it is not POTW specific. It's not based on your maximum allowable headworks loading or maximum allowable industrial loading divided out over your industries. It's a point of discharge limit. And as such, it is not really specific to your own POTW, but there are specific factors that you decide when you adopt explosivity or vapor toxicity limit, and that's including the factor of safety that you're going to apply and how close to the vapor toxicity threshold or the explosivity threshold you will allow industries to be at. So while you should never adopt local limits without your own analysis to verify the math, and decisions are the ones you understand and can defend, that it is possible to use the math and use the analysis that other POTWs have done with this. There was, when I first started, in pretreatment back in the early 90s, some discussion of national local limits. And people now talk about, well, that's crazy. Local limits are site specific, POTW specific. Well, what they were meaning is that, there may be limits to protect against specific prohibitions, vapor toxicity, explosivity, and other these specific prohibitions, pH, fog, and temperature. And they were not talking about POTW specific limits based on their MAHL and MAIL. What they're talking about was national local limits to protect against vapor toxicity and explosivity primarily. So that's where that conversation was, and why there was talk about that. It was not in order to establish metals limits for POTWs. So I wanted to talk about local limits for explosivity and a little bit about what they don't do. Because sometimes this is glossed over. When you have local limits for explosivity and you're basically presuming that you do not have any layer of light non-aqueous phase liquids or floating product on top of your water. And you don't have a layer of your pollutants, non-aqueous phase liquids below your water. And so these are important presumptions, because not every pollutant is fully miscible in water. And so if you have a floating product on the top, or product that's underneath the layer of water, your local limits calculations are not going to be protective of you, because what's going to happen is you're going to continue to you're either going to have a much higher level of pollutant in your air, or it's going to continue to solubilize far downstream. And so you need to understand that these are conditions that the calculations don't account for. And so if you have these conditions, you have to use a different kind of analysis to try to get rid of these. These are really unacceptable conditions. You can't have product coming down the sewer line. So the simplified equation with these presumptions is that you've just got this pollutant concentration in water, and then you've got your air space. So to calculate from one to the other, to go from one to the other, what's the concentration in water based on the concentration in the air? What's the concentration in the air based on the concentration in water? You use something called the Henry's law constant. And that number is determined scientifically at a specific temperature because it's temperature specific. It's the ratio of air concentration to corresponding water concentration. And so that may be expressed in a number of various units. Appendix I of the Local Limits Manual, 2004 manual, has a list of 26 Henry's law constants in 4 different kinds of units. And these are probably the most commonly seen units. Moles per atmosphere, atmosphere per cubic meters per mole, and both of those two, you would have to convert to a different form to use for calculating the explosivity threshold or the vapor toxicity threshold. And so the units that you need for explosivity are moles per meter cube per milligram per liter, and for vapor toxicity, milligrams per meter cube per milligram per liter. And you'll see that there are conversion factors on the bottom of that table. And this is very important. In the table in Appendix I, you'll see that there's conversion factors to go from 1 to the X. And they also require that you sometimes know the molar weight of the compound. So you'll have to figure that out or find that in some of the calculations. So where do you find this Henry's number and the molar weights? Well, you can go to this 2004 EPA Local Limits Manual, Appendix I. I've compiled a few of these at the RREL from the Risk Research Engineering Laboratory, software that they used to provide that is probably now very obscure. Internet sources. These are bound, but sometimes they're difficult to use because the units, I don't know if I've seen one put in grams per bushel, but they can sometimes be represented in obscure uses, obscure terms. So here's one though that has a lot of information. I think it's 500 pages, so you can find a lot of chemicals there. EPA's FATE program, molar weights for 120 pollutants. This is the only one that has an interface that will temperature correct your Henry's number. So, I don't know if EPA still supports this model, the FATE model, but it was a wonderful one for that. Water 9, it's got 50,000 molar weights. Our REL treatability database from the Risk Research Engineering Laboratory, it's got a lot of those. Explosivity limits. So how do you actually go through figuring out what your threshold for explosivity is? Well, there's 4 steps. First step, find the local lower explosive limit from your literature as a percentage. And the 1992 manual has table 55. They reduced that down to 21 in the 2004 EPA local limits appendices, Appendix I. But you have to find that LEL percent for the compound. Second, you convert that LEL percent to a vapor phase concentration in moles per cubic meter. And you do that using your ideal gas equation in these things. But the math is the same if the temperature doesn't change. And so this will yield the explosivity threshold. And then step 3 is you find the Henry's law constant in moles per cubic meter per milligram per liter. And you'll have to make sure that it's in these concentrations. If it's in another concentration, such as moles per atmosphere, moles per cubic meter, atmospheres per cubic mole, you'll have to transform it. And as I mentioned before, Appendix I, at the very bottom of it, has a table of, basically has the equations for how to convert from one to the other of these Henry's numbers. I'm sorry, and step 4 is to actually just use these values that you've got and calculate the constant discharge screening level in milligrams per liter. So step 5, if you haven't done it before, is to include the desired factor of safety. Sometimes this is done in, basically built into the equation. In the EPA manual, factor of safety of 10 is applied as a screening level, but the factor of safety for a permit, what you should use, is not discussed. And so, the default is to just use 100% if you need to. So that's something you'll have to determine what you want to do. So some of the assumptions that when you're doing these calculations that you made is the temperature is around 25 degrees centigrade. If your temperature is not like that, you may have to adjust your formulas. That the pollutant instantly reaches equilibrium, well, that's a very conservative presumption. So, it's useful, but, it may be overly conservative perhaps. There's no airflow through the sewer so that your gases isn't continually going away, and the effects of other pollutants are disregarded. And this can make your presumptions less conservative or more conservative, because some of the effects of pollutants such as surfactants and complexing agents will reduce the potential for explosions, and other pollutants might increase it. Other basically catalytic pollutants that will facilitate an explosion. So also the calculation not designed to look at this cumulative effect. So let's switch to vapor toxicity. Sewer worker deaths are still happening. I looked online and found headlines for 3 Indiana workers died, and this is August. This is, happening in August, so 3 months ago. And 4 months ago, 2 workers died, in another incident. So, this is, something that's important. If you look at compiled information, you'll find that from 1992 to 2010, the National Fire Protection Agency has recorded 61 deaths due to vapor toxicity. So that's to let you know this still happens. So the equations are similar to the ones used for explosivity. The concentration of liquid is equal to the vapor concentration divided by your Henry's number in the appropriate units. But the units are different. So going down here, you'll see that you still use this ideal gas equation to develop the concentrations. But when you factor all these numbers in and you multiply them all out, you end up with basically just a constant times your vapor concentration times your molar weight, and that'll give you your vapor concentration in terms that you can use. Then you have your Henry's number in the right units. If you don't have it in the right units, you convert it to these units, and then you do the math. You find the liquid concentration that's equivalent, that supports this vapor concentration, by multiplying that by this constant and the molar weight, and you divide by the Henry's number. And there you go. These formulas are tabulated in the spreadsheet that is on Ecology's website at the link that I gave before. These are some of the columns that tell you specific things, but they have, and I have 2 tables, one for explosivity and one for vapor toxicity, with various columns there. And here's what it looks like. And you'll see on the right, the 10% of the explosivity threshold will lead these screening levels. And these are 10% of the explosivity concentrations. So in developing local limits, remember the water concentration is not your only tool. The vapor concentration is also very important to look at. And for explosivity, you can do that with meters. For vapor toxicity, you'll have to have a specific analysis of the headspace to look for that pollutant. But when you look on the market for things that will help you, you'll find things like this. This is a 4 probe sensor. It's got the explosivity level, the oxygen level, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen sulfide. This meter sells for under $300. although various models can be more, but they don't have to be extremely expensive. And this will tell you your LEL percentage, and you should never use compliance with the vapor, explosivity standards as your safety guide. Use a meter to make sure that things are safe. And this is when you're analyzing to see close comp flash point, you'll have to actually take a sample with no headspace and take it back to your lab and use something like this. This is Penske Martin's method machine that takes a sample and figures out what the lower explosive limit is for that sample. So I'm going to do a couple example problems real quick. I know we're at the top of the hour, and I'll make these quick. For toluene, you have an explosivity threshold of 1.2%. You find that from the reference manuals. You find its molar weight, and you find its Henry's number. You multiply these numbers times the constant, and you divide by the molar weight and the Henry's number, and you get an adjusted Henry's number. And the explosivity screening level is your LEL percentage times the constant and divide by the adjusted Henry's number. And there's your value, 16.31 when you do it using these equations. If you look at the 1992 manual, you get a value of 17. So it's very close, comes out very close using these equations. Example, problem number 2, vapor toxicity. Say you had carbon tetrachloride and you wanted to know how much could they discharge in order to not have to worry about your own health when you were, or your health of the people working in the collection system. So the permissible exposure level is 4 parts per million. This is STEL, short-term exposure limit, and the molar weight is this, 153. And so you multiply this constant times, which this adjusts for all the units to make everything work out right. You multiply that by your 4 parts per million and your molar weight, and you get this short-term exposure limit in terms of weight per volume instead of volume per volume, 25.23 milligrams per meter cubed. And then you find, you find your Henry's number, and you basically divide this value by the Henry's number, and you get your short-term exposure limit based concentration in water. And this one is very, very low compared to others. And basically it's reflective of the fact that carbon tetrachloride is very volatile. And so you get this value. If you check cross-reference and look at EPA's tables, you'll find that they get the same number. So these calculations hold up. So to recap, local limits for human health, a number of things have changed, but the changes don't really make effluent limits based on human health criteria less likely right now. There's a lot of criteria, different kinds, and as time goes on and you use your, the PFOW uses its effluent for other purposes, it'll be subject to, some of these criteria that are applicable for water reuse, and those could be lower. And as nutrients go, that is an evolving landscape as well. So it looks like pre-treatment programs are likely to be part of the solution in meeting more stringent limits, and they always have been. So, be advised that you need to keep up on what are the drivers for limits. Local limits for explosivity and vapor toxicity. You can kind of steal your neighbor's limits. You can use their methodology anyway. Use your own judgment as to what your risk threshold is, but it's not a substitute for meters and other controls. And hopefully you won't have to invent the wheel. And this is from the Smithsonian. This is a car that was supposed to reinvent the automobile. So I thought I'd put that there. And this is what I look like after trying to go through an hour of this. So hopefully you don't. So at this time, and I see these presentations, it's like the man is behind the curtain because I don't have video. So no one gets to see the wizard. It's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, where he was talking and no one gets to see him. But I hope that I've not been quite so distant and that this has been useful for you. So I'll turn it back over to you, Andrea. Is there questions?
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, there are a few questions, and I think perhaps if we do this virtually again, maybe we'll ask the speakers to send over a pic so we can see who is behind the curtain. We did have one comment that just applauded you and said that you are doing wonderful, and he could sit through an entire day on this topic with you, and it would be so useful. So
Right.
thanks again. And so we'll get on we'll get to some of the questions now. So someone's asking if you can comment on the increasingly low detection limits for laboratories and how this affects, in quotes, our world.
Yeah, well, for some pollutants, like let's take PCBs, for example, you'll find that the water quality criteria is extremely low. And basically, the reason we don't think we have problems with PCBs to some extent is because the methods that we use to sample for PCBs have a detection limit that's many orders of magnitude above the criteria. And in such a case, when the method gets more sensitive, and we can then see that maybe we have a problem and we never knew we had before because the method just wasn't sensitive to discover it. And so that is a real situation for several of the compounds. And if you look at some of the compounds in the human health criteria, you'll see that those criteria are very low, and 3 or 4 orders of magnitude below one part per billion. And so, when you're talking about the 1 part per trillion or lower range, this is potentially a real concern. But one that we can't address in the theoretical, too well.
Yeah, I completely understand. All right, so we had someone asking if you can share your experience with interference in LEL readings by gas, which are not of high concern.
I really can't. This is a great question, and I am sorry I can't really answer that because I'm really just a bureaucrat, and I'm not out there in the field taking LEL readings. And so, that's an excellent question, and I hope that in other presentations, people from larger cities or people that have really worked with explosive environments can share that, because it's important for us to share with each other on that. But I'm sorry, I can't really add too much to that.
Sure, yeah. If anyone has anything to add to that, feel free to chime in on the chat. If you do have experience there. Let's see. Someone's asking if you can, let's see, where did the question go? Actually, while I'm asking questions, yeah, would you be open to going back to the slide that has the list of sources to find the Henry's Law constant information? Could you pull that slide up? There's someone asking to see that so they can make notes real quick so they can follow up on it directly. Thanks,
Yeah,
Dave.
I'm trying to find that. I had a lot of slides here and I can't remember.
And perhaps I can connect you guys separately via an email.
Yeah. This here might be useful. This is to the, at the bottom link here, will help you to get to my tabulation that, obviously I didn't do this alone. I had help from the other regional coordinators and other people that looked at the draft versions of this. But this 2011 publication has a tab in it, toxic explosive limits, that may be useful, and a couple other tabs in it. So that might be useful. And these are the links to the other manuals. I know there was another link. There was another slide with other links, but I want to pause on this one long enough for people to copy.
Yeah, great. We appreciate that. We'll let you hold that up or keep that up before we
yeah, and I know I'm running over
the polls or anything. What's that?
Yeah, sorry.
And we will have this presentation available on our website in the future. And then again, if you guys wanted to connect with Dave, just let me know via email. We did have another question. Let's see. Can a POTW develop a limit specific to one industry? For example, if an industry proposes to discharge an uncommon but a pollutant that is a pollutant of concern for the POTW, yeah, could they develop a limit specific for that one industry?
Yes, and limits for toxic and explosivity um, protection can be developed either as industry-specific limits or they can be developed as local limits. It's not, wrong to do either way. If you think that only one industry would have this pollutant and it doesn't really make sense to do a local limit for it because everybody would be asking all these questions about why do you have a local limit for this, then, by all means, just do it as a permit limit. The methodology is the same. The value of having a local limit is that if someone that you don't know is discharging, or someone that you don't know has this chemical comes up and you find, hey, they've got this, you already have a rule that says, hey, you can't discharge over this amount of that. So you basically have done the work of regulating everyone for a pollutant. And so if others come up later, they'll already be subject to regulations, and you won't have to start from square one and putting a limit, the same limit, in somebody else's permit.
Sure. Okay, great. If, let's see, sorry. A couple people are commenting that I should mention that there is a tool on GoToWebinar in the window for attendees that gives you the option, allows you to screenshot what's up on your screen. So there may be a screenshot button. I'm on the admin side, so but there should be a screenshot button. So perhaps you can, as we're going through these presentations, you can hit that button to keep whatever page you want. Let's see, we have a question. Let's see, does any approved testing method for testing explosivity, or I guess, are there any approved testing methods for testing explosivity in line? For example, is there some sort of meter that could be installed in a discharge line that would adequately assess the explosivity of ethanol in the wastewater?
I think when you get to specific compounds, there might be, but I don't know what those are. It's a great question. I'm afraid you might have to do a bit of research to find those, or someone else can pipe in, answer that.
Okay, great. I think that is all the questions. Let's see, I'm just gonna give me a sec, I'll read through. We do have a question. Let's see, it's a bit long and it has to do with pathogens. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna read it to you, Dave, and see what you think.
Okay.
So they stated that, this may be an odd question, but we sample hospital discharge in the sanitary sewer, and we sample for set local limits and the standard BOD, TSS, and so forth. What about aerosols and pathogens? Some that can survive for a while in wastewater streams, possibly COVID for one. And I think we're going to have a presentation on that, or we are having a presentation about that in a bit. Let's see, in the manhole atmosphere, we open the manholes and the warm air rushes out and we are exposed to it. Should we be testing for pathogens that are carried away in the hospital discharge that can linger and survive for a short time in the wastewater?
Well, it's a little off topic.
Let's
You
see.
know,
Yeah, as I'm reading it, I'm realizing that. And perhaps that's
right,
something
right.
that Tiffany Garcia with OSU can speak to
Right. Well, let's
when she gets
let's do
on.
that for them. You know, from the information I've seen is that the bacterial population in the sewer is pretty robust, and mostly the pathogens that affect humans are just food for bacteria that are in the sewer. And so, to a great extent, you know, the pathogenicity of a hospital discharge is uh, no greater than the pathogenicity of, you know, other, you know, sewer environments. So that's my understanding.
Right. Okay. Great. Well, I don't see any other questions on here for you, Dave. Um,
Thank you
I
all.
know that there were some questions, some requests to share some specific links from slides. So I'm going to collect some of the information for those folks who wanted a bit of additional information. And so perhaps I can connect you with them and we can share your presentation ahead of when we are able to get it up on our website. But
Absolutely. Yes, I'll send that to
yeah.
you. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Great.
That's
This
all.
has been wonderful. Thank you so much, Dave, again, for joining us this year. All right, folks. Well, that wraps up. We are running into the next hour, but we're going to do our polls now. So I just wanted to announce for those of you that are participating in our polls for CEUs, we have popped up our first poll. It is in progress, and we're going to give it about a minute. Once we see polling activity stop, we'll move to the next poll. We are having a bit of a change up for our agenda today. Ms. Garcia has run into some technical issues, so she's unable to join us right now, but she's assured us that she will be able to have things figured out and be available um, at 10 or perhaps switch to 11 because because Jay Swift with Gray and Osborne has graciously agreed to move his presentation up to the 9 o'clock hour instead of 11. So we're still going through the polls now though, folks. So we're going to give that a minute or two to let Jay collect his presentation and get available. And I think that we have everyone, we've got polling activity stalled, so we'll go ahead and move to the next, we'll close this poll out, folks, and we're gonna move to the next poll. Actually, we're sharing the poll response, and there we go. So the next poll is up, the next quick poll is up, so go ahead and participate in that poll. Let's see. Yep, we've got some activity, so it's gone through. And again, if you are having problems with the poll, email me or let us know in the chat or the Q&A box. And again, it would be really great if you are having issues seeing and taking the poll to email me right now at andreas@sumnerwa.gov. And I know that I did promise to put that in the comments. I had not done so, so I'm going to do that right now. So everyone should see my email. I am logged in under Raul Gonzalez, so you'll see that my email coming under that name. So if we can get it time stamped for this time, that is ideal. Let's see. All right, folks, and let's see. We are going to just to give Mr. Swift a few more minutes after the poll closes. We're going to take a couple minutes for a break. I think that because we're having to change the schedule, the agenda, we're going to take a little break now instead of between the second and third presentation. So if you're not doing the polls, go ahead and take a minute to a few minutes to go to the bathroom. We'll come back. I think it's reasonable. Yeah, let's go ahead and circle back at 9:25, just to give our next presenter time to get into a position where they're ready to share. And again, thank you so much, everyone, for understanding and your patience here. We're going to take a quick break. If you're done with the poll, yep, we've closed the poll. So the polls are done. Feel free to get some more coffee, head to the bathroom, and we will reconvene at 9:25. Again, thanks again, everyone, for understanding. Okay, everyone, we are back and active. So I hope that you had a chance to pop away from your desk if you needed to, get some coffee or a snack. We have Jay Swift with Gray and Osborne visiting us today. If you just logged in, um, our 9 o'clock, our scheduled 9 o'clock presentation has been moved to the 11 o'clock hour. Remember, if you're not able to be here at 11 and you're hoping to see this presentation, they will be recorded so you can follow up and watch the presentation then. We'll post them to our website. But now we're going to welcome Jay Swift to the workshop, and it's actually a nice transition from Dave's presentation into yours, Jay. So not a bad deal here. We have, let's see, I think I just need to switch over. Sorry, everyone. These technical difficulties kind of threw things off a bit, but we're here and we have Jay's presentation on screen. Hey, Jay, welcome, and thank you so much for being flexible. We really appreciate your time. We really appreciate you being able to step in at such short notice.
My pleasure, my honor to be speaking today, Andrea. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you well. Yeah.
Great.
And so
So
I'm going to go
yeah,
ahead and hand over the reins to you if we do have any questions. I'm pretty sure we have your preference listed to at the end of the presentation, which is great. And if you don't have any questions for me, I will go ahead and let you begin your presentation.
I do have one, Andrea. I know we're running a little bit behind here. Is there a preference for when I should finish? Should I be trying to make this shorter than the original hour that was
Sure, that's a great
allocated?
question. And I don't think so. You know, this is a really valuable content. And I think that if we run into the 12 o'clock hour, since these are recorded, and if folks have to leave right at noon, you know, they can follow up if any of the presentations um, do run long. So I think that, you know, it's appropriate to give you the time that we had allotted for your presentation. So you don't have to rush through or anything. Just take your time and
Okay,
yeah, present as normal.
great,
Thanks for asking.
great. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in today. And yeah, I'm happy to step in here and go a little sooner, although I was looking forward to having a little bit of some time in between Dave's presentation and mine, because Dave is a hard act to follow. But I'll do my best to follow after Dave and do my best on my presentation, which is called Implementation of Local Limits and Other Compliance Strategies to Meet Stringent Effluent, Copper, and Zinc Limits. This is actually a topic that I've been talking about for some time. Some of these evaluations were done some time ago, as long as 15 years ago, and however, we continue to get inquiries. Our Gray and Osborne does supports municipalities and districts in updating and evaluating and developing pretreatment programs, and we get, as well as assistance with permitting, and we get questions about this. So I've updated some past presentations and integrated these together, and so that's what you're getting today. So I'm going to be talking today about, I'll provide a little introduction, the basis for copper and zinc standards, clean sampling and source identification and control, corrosion control in the drinking water system as a means to reduce copper and zinc, metals removal at treatment plants, some full-scale results and conclusions. I'm going to be talking today about 3 POTWs in Washington State, and I'm calling them POTW A, B, and C. at least one of these POTWs is in, kind of permit negotiations at this point, and so that was best to just to call them A, B, and C. If you have specific questions later, you can email me privately if you want to learn more about these particular POTWs. So POTW A is about 1 MGD rated capacity. It's an oxidation ditch treatment plant. POTW B about 6 MGD capacity. It's a conventional activated sludge plant employing the MLE process for nitrogen removal with anaerobic digestion. And then POTWC is the same type of plant as B, but a larger capacity plant. Again, all these are in Washington State. And all three of these POTWs discharge into rivers, providing limited effluent dilution in the mixing zones. Washington State limits the amount of river flow and the width available for dilution in the mixing zone to 25% for chronic criteria and 2.5% for acute criteria. And this is often, especially for medium to larger cities, discharging into small to medium rivers, these percent criteria often govern the amount of mixing that's available in the mixing zone. So the objective of these evaluations for these 3 POTWs was to determine optimal compliance strategies to meet potential effluent copper and zinc limitations. I say potential because you'll learn more about why I say the word potential here shortly. Basis for the copper and zinc standards. Backing up a little bit, metals exist in a variety of different forms in water, complexed with different ligands in water. Different, so they're not present, for instance, as copper isn't present as Cu plus or Cu2 plus. It's as shown here in this graphic from this Journal of Environmental Quality. Copper here is shown as complexed with organic ligands here, and the result of that is the characteristics and the toxicity of metals varies depending on how they are, what sort of complexation occurs in the water. Typically, by the time you get to wastewater effluent, for instance, a lot of the copper is complexed with humic substances, or EDTA is another. EDTA is in ethylene diene tetraacetic acid is in a lot of products and is present in, that makes it to the effluent and contributes to complexation of copper, and that influences the toxicity of copper. Historically, a lot of metals we have regulated or provided criteria through EPA and ecology based on hardness, and the higher the hardness, the less toxic the copper or zinc or other metals also. So theoretically, then a potential option for compliance would be to adjust the hardness within the mixing zone. This is not always a popular concept, but that's theoretically could be done. And then another way to adjust for or to actually change the evaluation of toxicity is to do what's called the water effect ratio, to show that the site water conditions result in less toxicity than calculated by the above equations. Because the actual toxicity is more complex than just based on hardness. These numbers were developed in the laboratory. It doesn't reflect all the true site conditions. So this is what these equations look like as far as, or the graphical representation of the zinc water quality standards with relation to hardness, and the copper water quality standard with relation to hardness. You can see the zinc is much more responsive in terms of the water quality standard with respect to hardness. So POTWA, which was that 1 mgd oxidation ditch. So ultimately, what was determined was they needed to add alkalinity for pH control. The pH frequently went down into the low 6s, and so we ultimately recommended magnesium hydroxide. And for those of you who use mag hydroxide, there's some advantages and disadvantages, but it definitely helps. It helps with settling, and also provides some hardness into the effluent. And so in this case, we recommended a 46 milligram per liter magnesium hydroxide dose, and that was sufficient for both the pH control and to ensure that there was no reasonable potential. In this case, for zinc, again, zinc is, if you look at this graph, is highly, the water quality standard is highly dependent on hardness. And so this is something, that's a little bit of a sensitive topic, I think, with regulators adding hardness as a means to control toxicity. It certainly is supported based on the water quality standards based on hardness. In this case, that's was ultimately the solution. Of course, as I mentioned, hardness isn't the only thing that impacts toxicity of metals in the environment, in the aquatic environment. Other constituents in the water impact the toxicity. Here's information from the biotic ligand model, which has been accepted by EPA, and shows that, for instance, copper essentially precipitating on fish gills, causing toxicity here, is competitively inhibited by, for instance, by hardness in other species, and also will form organic complexes. So there's a equilibria here that influence whether copper is in a form that's present, is present in a form that could cause that aquatic toxicity. And the biotic ligand model, to my understanding, or certainly was the case last time I looked into this in Washington State, was it's not been fully accepted in Washington State due to concerns over toxic metals then being resolubilized and perhaps converted to other forms. I believe other Northwest states have accepted the biotic ligand model, at least some have, and it is again accepted at EPA. So was not accepted in our case. For instance, POTWC, again, the biotic ligand model calculates the water quality criteria and the function of hardness, other inorganic species, including chloride, sulfate, dissolved inorganic carbon, nitrate, dissolved organic carbon is a kind of a key. And for POTWC, for instance, we did 130 water quality measurements in the river, and the biotic ligand model predicted that the average monthly limit for copper could be raised from 8.5 to 20.1 micrograms per liter. That was not ultimately accepted by the regulators as a method for changing the water quality standards, but it is available, I believe, in other states, and potentially as a strategy for evaluating toxicity even in Washington State, even if it's not fully accepted by the regulators. So clean sampling is a key when you're dealing with extremely low limits for metals clean sampling is extremely important, and this has kind of been well documented over the last couple of decades, that a lot of the old data for metals concentrations for effluent or in receiving waters were based on flawed data because either the sampling or the handling or the laboratory methods were not done with clean techniques. And there's this method 1669, which is the clean sampling methodology, which isn't specifically for effluents, but can be adapted for that and has been adapted. This is from POTWC. They've got their cabinet for sampling equipment located in a special clean sampling room in the laboratory, and plastic sampling equipment and soaked in 10% nitric acid baths. Here they are, the city out processing an equipment blank to verify that there's no contamination. Again, we're talking about parts per billion levels of metals, in some cases down to parts per trillion levels. So very small amounts of contamination can be very significant here. So processing an equipment blank. There's clean hands, dirty hands methodology that's documented in method 1669 and elsewhere to ensure that the bottles are double bagged and that there's a dirty hands person that gets inside the bag, and the clean hand gets inside there, or actually the clean hands person gets inside the bag to make sure that the sampling is there's no contamination in the sampling or limited amount of contamination. And then the key is taking blanks but processing clean water through the sampling apparatus at regular intervals to as a check to see if you've got contamination issues. So here's preparing the composite sampler to take the sample, inserting PVC Teflon tubing into the effluent. So in this particular POTW, this was an estimate provided. This was some 15 years ago at the POTWC. They estimated that the clean sampling, and I should also say clean analytical techniques, resulted in a 30 to 50% reduction in reported effluent copper levels to the range of about 10 to 20 micrograms per liter from where they had been previously. So looking at POTWC and the copper concentrations here, this is a graph that we prepared of some published data going everywhere from tap water, stagnant tap water, to domestic wastewater, to wastewater treatment plant influent and secondary effluent, and then final effluent here. You can see that the data for POTWC was fairly typical in terms of those concentrations throughout the process there. Again, POTWC, this is data. We did a source evaluation for this treatment plant, and you can see that the industrial dischargers have a small amount of the pie here for copper coming in. Most of the copper is coming in through corrosion of plumbing materials or within the service lines. So copper pipes, it makes sense that because there's a lot of copper in the drinking water system that you're going to get copper in there. And I'm going to share a couple of other source evaluations. Here's POTWB, which actually has two different municipalities discharging to it. You can see the predominant source of copper is from residential sources, and then certainly businesses have also provide a significant amount of copper also just through, and these aren't necessarily through any direct discharge, but rather through the corrosion in their systems also. And so industry was a relatively small amount, and there's some in the source waters there. Looking at zinc, kind of similar. residential sources, including corrosion, is a significant part of the influent, and industry being a small portion and source water being a small portion. Zinc is, not only is are copper and zinc present in drinking water due to corrosion, but they're also certainly zinc is in vitamins and that kind of thing, and they're both present in food. So it's not surprising that there's significant amounts even without industrial sources. So POTWB, we looked also, this is an MLE process. It's a conventional activated sludge operating an MLE process, and we looked at operational parameters at the treatment plant to see if perhaps the SRT or the mean cell residence time maybe was a factor, not a big factor in terms of varying the MCRT and the percent removal of copper. And was TSS a big factor? Well, it is. You can see there is a correlation here with TSS, and that's certainly the more solids of course, copper or zinc or any metal can either be present in soluble form or in particulate form, and certainly even if you're effective in reducing the soluble form, if you've got some in the particulate form, the higher the TSS concentration, the more likely that you're going to have some metals in your effluent. So POTWB, here's a depiction of the mixing zone. This is from the Water Quality Permit Writer's Manual for Washington State here, just to explain a little bit more about mixing zones. There's a chronic mixing zone and acute mixing zone, wherein you're able to exceed water quality standards, but at the edge of the mixing zone you cannot. So POTWB had an interim copper limit of 15 micrograms per liter, and at our urging and also working with Cosmopolitan Marine Engineering, Ecology performed a dynamic simulation using Riv Plume 6, a mixing zone model, to calculate critical dilution factors. Typically, when you're evaluating mixing in rivers, you use very conservative assumptions that you've got, like peak flows in the effluent occurring at the same time as your like 7Q10, which is 7-day low flow of a 10-year recurrence interval. So very, very conservative assumptions. And in this case, Ecology took the daily plant flows and corresponding river flows to calculate dilutions for a period of 6 years to calculate the acute and chronic dilution factors. So what happened, from going from conservative assumptions on, again, matching of river flows and effluent flows that don't actually coincide, to actually ones that have coincided, and with appropriate growth factors and whatnot, the dilution factors became a lot higher, and that resulted in some essentially resulted in going from a reasonable potential to no reasonable potential for copper. And so ultimately there was no copper limit included. So POTWB, the result of that dynamic modeling was no reasonable potential was included. So subsequent to that, local limits were developed, and Dave Knight did a good job of explaining the basis for some of these. And just to kind of recap, local limits calculations, you look at secondary inhibition criteria and effluent criteria, which include the water quality concerns in the receiving water, sludge quality criteria, air quality criteria, and from all those different criteria, Dave I think had, was it seven different groups of criteria, but you ultimately then calculate back to the headworks loading that you can accept with maximum allowable headworks loading, and then you calculate then the maximum allowable industrial loading you can accept by then subtracting off the uncontrolled loading that is from domestic sources and commercial sources that you're not regulating. Of course, the drinking water corrosion issues are uncontrolled sources. So for POTWB, we calculated local limits, and using Dave Knight's local limits spreadsheet, the ecology's published local limits spreadsheet, and this just shows you what the local limits would be based on these different criteria. And actually, because of the relaxation of the mixing zone criteria, or using the dynamic modeling, it turned out that the lowest limit here is actually driven by anaerobic digestion inhibition rather than the acute water quality standard. And then same here, for zinc, that was for copper, and then for zinc, activated sludge inhibition was the lowest limit that drove the calculation. So we did a survey and compared local limits, across Washington State to what was developed for POTWB and POTWC, and some of these are draft local limits at this point. But you can see POTWB again with the dynamic modeling. The limits are kind of near the median for the state. POTWC, they're certainly for copper, it's quite a bit lower than the median for the state. So what do you do for POTWC? They've got limits that are 8.5 and 13.7 monthly and daily. Again, most of the copper that's coming in is coming in through corrosion plumbing materials, and copper concentrations are 10 to 20 micrograms per liter. About 80% of that is dissolved, so you're in trouble trying to meet these limits. The treatment plant discharges into Indian territory. They've got some unique water quality standards through the tribal water quality standards. EPA serves as a control authority with tribal oversight. And so the local limit calculations, where the male equals the mole minus the uncontrolled loading, showed that the uncontrolled loading exceeded the mole, yielding a negative male and negative local limits. And the industries weren't too excited about having negative local limits. Actually, no, we didn't even suggest that they would. So there were some negotiations with regulators, and I'm going to actually talk about those a little bit later here. So again, the 70% of the water, or of the corrosion, 70% of the copper is coming in through corrosion plumbing materials. So that begs the question: can we reduce the corrosivity of the water and reduce the amount of copper and zinc? Also, because zinc was also a potential permitted constituent. And so we did an evaluation looking at drinking water corrosion control as a means for wastewater compliance. And lead and copper in drinking water are regulated through the lead and copper rule. The LCR mandates sampling at consumers' taps after 6 hours of stagnation, which overestimates the average concentration. And I think some of these guidance, this guidance for the lead and copper rule may have changed due to issues that were at the forefront in Flint, Michigan here recently. But these were the standards when we did this evaluation. Action level for the lead and copper rule is 90th percentile copper of 1,300 micrograms per liter. And then so for POTWC, 90th percentile copper, testing results were 740 micrograms per liter, 840 micrograms per liter, and 544 micrograms per liter. So 1,300 micrograms per liter is more than 100 times higher than the POTW's monthly NPDES wastewater effluent limit of 8.5. So we looked at, did a literature research, and in fact, yes, some municipalities are successfully implementing corrosion control and seeing reductions in both their influent and their effluent. You can see this Massachusetts treatment plant saw about a threefold reduction in both the influent and effluent after implementation of corrosion control. A similar reduction was seen in a Washington state city that implemented corrosion control. And you can see that here's before and after implementation of corrosion control. This axis has the effluent, this axis has the influent. Whoops. However, you can see that the reductions in the effluent were not sufficient, would not have been sufficient to get down to the POTWC standard. So we looked at some different options and actually did some pilot testing. And the technologies that we looked at were aeration or air stripping and chemical addition. Aeration, water is cascaded down through a rising column of air, which moves dissolved gases in the water, such as carbon dioxide. And chemical addition raises the pH through the addition of a base, caustic soda. So with aeration or air stripping in drinking water, you drive out the carbon dioxide and shift this equilibrium this direction and remove the protons. And thus adjust the pH to a more neutral pH. So this was the corrosion control pilot schematic that we produced, and had control loops, a control loop without treatment, a caustic soda loop, and an aeration loop. And this particular location provided approximately 40% of the POTWC average annual water. Here's the system in operation. Caustic soda, about 3%, peristaltic pump, target pH 8.1, target dose 5 milligrams per liter. And here's the aeration tower that was used. A packed tower, PVC pipe, 8 inches in diameter, 25 feet high, 5 GPM system with a packed tower. So here's the results for copper for samples from the stagnation testing with the new copper pipe. So you can see that there's control with the diamonds. Aeration is in the pink here, and sodium hydroxide is in the triangles here. You can see that with the new copper pipe, we looked at both new and old copper pipe. Old copper pipe may become less, potentially may become less, yield less copper due to passivation. It depends on the environment that it's in. It potentially could be, and we've seen old copper pipe become, worse also in some cases. But in this case, sodium hydroxide is more effective than aeration in reducing levels. And in this case, for the used copper pipe, the aeration was more effective than sodium hydroxide here. So and then so here's the data: new copper pipe, old copper pipe, galvanized pipe, and then composite here. And so what you can see is that there was the flow weighted average copper removal, and because we're not only interested in the stagnant water. The stagnant water in it, when you do a lead and copper testing, the stagnant water is just a small amount of volume that has a high concentration after the pipe hasn't, or the faucet hasn't been running for a while. Then there's the flowing water, which is a large volume, which doesn't have as much metals in it. But considering both of those, it looked like the flow weighted average copper removal was about 20%. And this was a city, a water system that was fairly already optimized for, in terms of its lead and copper rule compliance. It didn't have highly corrosive water, so it didn't appear to be enough removal in and of itself to proceed with implementing corrosion control. Number one, there's just a number of other sources of water in this system, so you'd have to do more corrosion control, and the bang for the buck didn't appear to be there. So we looked at metals removal at the treatment plant as an option and did some bench testing. There's been some data that has evaluated metals removal in the literature, and Kobolinsky evaluated bench testing on metals removal using a number of different technologies for a treatment plant in South Carolina. Again, this is for treated secondary effluent. And again, by the time you get the treated secondary effluent, a lot of the charged ionic metals and metal complexes have been removed, and so there's what's remaining are these organically complexed metals, and activated carbon was successful in removing those, and that's kind of indicative that these are organically complex metals. Sedlak in this WRF study noted that there's attempts to remove metals are often unsuccessful because of complexation with EDTA, and he developed a new HPLC method for metal EDTA complexes. He found substantial variation in the amount of copper EDTA complexes as a percentage of total dissolved copper. One problem with that conclusion was the high detection limits for copper EDTA complexes relative to the concentrations that were looked at. He confirmed lower concentrations of EDTA complex copper at lower pH due to a shift to iron EDTA complexes. Bench scale studies indicated that ferric chloride improves the removal of copper and zinc by 20%, and full-scale testing failed to support the impact of ferric chloride due to changes in speciation that occur in primary treatment. So one of the problems with ferric chloride, these copper complexes that form with EDTA are very strong, and you need a strong precipitant to break those copper complexes. Gerhardt used these chemicals from Betz and Nalco to enhance copper removal, and found that a reduction of copper concentration of 2 micrograms per liter is sufficient to maintain compliance, and they were able to use those in secondary clarifiers. So these types of compounds are sulfur-containing compounds, and they're not thiocarbonate or dithiocarbonate, which have significant aquatic toxicity. These are polymerized sulfur-containing compounds in proprietary formulations that have relatively low toxicity, and this is what we used in bench testing at the POTWC. You can see, as part of the quality control at POTWC, that we double wrapped the Pittsburgh stirrers in plastic wraps, so we wouldn't get metals leaching from the stirrers. These are acid wash beakers. We did the testing and found significant, removal of copper relative to the untreated controls, and a little bit of zinc removal also. And created this graph showing the removal relative to untreated controls with different doses here. And followed up with phase 2 bench testing, where we also saw significant removals here of copper relative to the untreated controls. You can see there is some removal of zinc, but it is a little bit it's not consistent, and which is similar to most of the other metals. So these proprietary sulfur formulations were effective with copper, not so effective with the other constituents. We did a series of whole effluent toxicity tests also, and evaluated for toxicity daphtnids. Significant toxicity was only observed in the very highest concentration samples, highest concentration of precipitant, which was just one of the precipitants. So following the bench testing, there was phase 3 larger scale bench testing conducted, and we saw 90% removal of dissolved copper for mixed liquor treated samples with the 10 milligram per liter precipitant, and total recoverable copper removals were lower, 58 to 78%. And that was, the lower total recoverable copper is because any TSS that gets through there, and you have to, you have that copper associated with the TSS that just passes through. Extensive toxicity testing with daphtnids, minnows, and salmonids indicate the use of precipitants does not reduce effluent toxicity, and it didn't increase the toxicity either. And that's likely because by the time you get to wastewater treatment effluent, if it's been treated well, oftentimes your remaining copper is in this EDTA or other biocomplex form, and is less bioavailable at that point. So we saw in this additional testing poor removal for other metals. So the conclusion of this alternatives evaluation was that most of the copper entering the treatment plant comes from corrosion of copper pipes. In corrosion control pilot, pH adjustment was achieved, but the copper reduction was variable. We did see pretty good reduction in the stagnant samples, but that when you do a flow weighted average removal is about 20%, not encouraging enough for more testing. The majority of effluent copper in POTWC was present as dissolved copper, and because of that, filtration, even microfiltration or nanofiltration, will not be effective, and it's not proven effective. And precipitation with GE BETS MR 2405 has shown to be the most effective treatment technology in testing conducted, and with 75 to 95% removal of dissolved copper at optimal doses. I should mention that there's some other players and some consolidation in the chemical precipitant industry. So these names have changed since the time this was conducted. So for POTWC, we looked at a lot of different options as far as how to comply with the limits and the site-specific standards, like through the biotic ligand model or perhaps through water effect ratio studies were not accepted by the regulators. Clean sampling and source ID control. Again, we saw maybe a 30 to 50% reduction when clean sampling was implemented, about 15 years ago, but that was not sufficient. Corrosion control was not sufficient. It was rejected by the POTW because it wasn't going to be sufficient. And when you get down to lower levels of copper, solubility drives more so than, and we're not going to see likely reduction in wastewater treatment plant effluent. So copper removal at the treatment plant, use of precipitants was selected as the treatment of choice, method of choice for compliance. Moving on to pilot and full-scale testing. So there was a pilot test done by feeding the chemical into a test clarifier and comparing it to a control clarifier. So going right into the box, the splitter box, into one of the clarifiers, but not the other. There's the precipitants there. And the temporary piping that was put in for the pilot scale testing for feeding the chemical. So this shows the results of the pilot testing going into, or full-scale testing into one clarifier. So the control clarifier is shown here in the red triangle. Treated clarifier, and that's for total copper. Treated clarifier is shown in the blue diamond. And so what you can see is, you can see that at this point, it's where the addition of the chemical occurred. So zooming in to the box there and looking at just this April period here, you can see that compared to the previous, going back to the previous slide, you can see that there was copper concentrations were high, and then the chemical started getting fed, and in general, both the total and dissolved for both the treated and the control dropped by a factor of 3 on average or so. And so what's going on there? So the total copper decreased substantially after precipitant addition, but control dissolved showed smaller reduction. So what's happening here is the precipitant is getting bound up in the RAS, and it's impacting not only the treated clarifier, but also the control clarifier. So it's inoculating, you might say, the RAS to provide a precipitant, going forward. So we saw a reduction. You can see the lowest concentrations here are for the treated clarifier, but also reductions in the control clarifier. So the average total copper concentrations. This study was done, some time ago. Precipitant prior to precipitant addition was about 15 micrograms per liter, and then after the precipitant addition, 3.5. So about an 80% reduction. The dosage of about 4 to 8 milligrams per liter, and annual chemical costs were in the 150 to 180,000 range. Shows the concentrations without the precipitant and with the precipitant of copper relative to the TSS. So based on the full-scale testing, we saw a possible reduction in mercury and mobilization perhaps of the zinc. So this was not observed in the bench testing. So you can see this is before, on the left is before treatment, and then after treatment. You can see that the zinc concentrations actually went a little bit higher, which was a little bit disturbing, but and lead concentrations stayed about the same, and mercury concentrations dropped. There isn't enough data here to make real solid conclusions, but that's the data. Conclusions. So as I mentioned, POTWC, they had this situation where they were not meeting the copper limits. They looked at the time these were interim limits, and so they weren't, they were forecasted limits, and so now they're meeting them with their treatment technology. But what about the local limits? Again, the local limits, the male was essentially negative based on the calculation, and negative local limits. And so after negotiations with the regulators, the local limits were set at the 90th percentile of drinking water concentrations, about 0.17 milligrams per liter, which is pretty stringent copper limit. Again, POTWA avoided effluent zinc limits through adjustment of hardness and effluent, and there's, I guess it's could maybe be generalized that there's some advantages environmentally to having some hardness in the effluent. I think that's a little bit controversial, but certainly within the mixing zone, it may reduce potentially some toxicity. POTWB avoided effluent limits through dynamic modeling, and instead of using kind of default assumptions and pairing of very conservative flows for the river and effluent, they were able to avoid the effluent limits. POTWC met permanent limits through metals precipitation. So a little bit more back to POTWC, the evaluation of alternatives indicated that chemically enhanced precipitation was the most feasible alternative. And precipitation with this BETS chemical was shown to be the most effective, 80% reduction in total copper. Annual cost was about $30,000 to $40,000 per MGD treated. Bench testing evaluating dissolved copper removal provided reasonable prediction of full-scale efficacy. Removal of other metals with precipitants was generally less significant and required more study. Reduction of mercury of approximately 75% was achieved compared to operation prior to precipitant addition. And that's certainly something that can be followed up on. Based on testing of 3 species conducted to date, use of the BETS or NALCO precipitants didn't reduce aquatic toxicity. It didn't increase aquatic toxicity either. And that's the end of my presentation. Ready for questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jay. I apologize. My mute button would not unmute me. Great. Yeah, thank you again for jumping in such short notice and providing this thorough presentation. We did have quite a few questions, but since we are running a bit behind, we won't be able to get to all the questions, but we are happy to connect you with Jay via email if you have any questions that you want to follow up with him about. Is that okay with you, Jay?
Absolutely.
Great. Yeah, thank you. So let's see. I'm going to just go through a few of the more recent ones. So someone was asking how, and actually, before I get into the questions, I apologize, Jay, and folks listening in, we're going to go ahead and perform a poll so that we can get to the next presentation in a timely manner. So for those of you that are collecting CEUs, we have opened a poll. So while we're doing that, Jay, how did the removal through precipitation affect the biosolids? Was it still acceptable for beneficial reuse?
It was acceptable for beneficial reuse, but that's certainly something that needs to be considered. Is what is the impact of precipitation going to be on the biosolids? Because anything that precipitates will end up in the biosolids. So certainly the copper and zinc limits for biosolids, whether for Class A or Class B or EQ, they're fairly large, and it would take a pretty significant amount of copper precipitated to really threaten, the ability to even reuse those at the exceptional quality level. So it didn't threaten the use of the biosolids.
Sure. Okay. Someone asked if you could share the, let's see, if you could share the sources of the water sources for A, B, and C.
Where does the water come from for those?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. They all come from wells. It's all well water.
Okay. Great. Well, we are performing the polls. I think that's all the question. That's all the time we have for questions today. Thank you so much for joining us, Jay. And again, thank you so much for jumping in and taking us through this really great presentation. And I'll connect you with folks who do have additional questions later in the day. So thanks so much, and we'll see you. We'll see you soon.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, yeah. And so again, we do have some comments about polls. So just go ahead and email me directly so that we have a timestamp of your participation, that you were here and you were actively listening to the presentation, but unfortunately you had technical difficulties and were not able to perform the poll. So I can put that on your record. Now I am going to introduce, let's see, we're going to introduce some folks from Michigan's Department of Environmental, let's see, Carla, perhaps, yeah, here it is. So Michigan Department of Environmental, Great Lakes, and Energy. Welcome, Carla. And
Hi.
welcome, Anne. And Anne, could you help me? I know that I'm probably pronouncing your last name wrong. Is it Tavalier?
Cavalier.
Cavalier, thank you. And do we have Thomas on here as well?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. Well, welcome to the three of you, and thank you so much for joining us today. And thanks for your patience as we go through the presentations, as we've experienced some technical technical difficulties. All right. Well, we are all here, and we're very much excited for your presentation today. So I'm going to give a presenter, I'm gonna make you the presenter and ask to share your screen. So if that's okay with you.
Yep.
All right, we see it here, and I'll let you know. Gotcha. We see your presentation. And so with that, Carla, I will hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you. And thanks for the opportunity to share the results of our work on sources of PFOS to POTWs. I'm Carla Davidson. I'm one of 3 regional IPP PFAS specialists in Michigan. And I'm joined today by Ann Tavalier and Tom Berninski, who are the other 2 regional specialists. And Tom and Ann and I all worked on the report that we've been asked to talk about today. Next slide, please.
Oh, I'm trying, Carla, hold on. I'm trying.
We had to do a workaround, everyone, as far as the presentation goes. So there we go. So we just ask for your patience as we work through this. All right,
Great.
thanks, guys.
Thank you. So today, this slide is just a brief about what we're going to talk about today. First, I'll give a brief introduction about PFAS and Michigan's IPP PFAS initiative. And then I'll focus on the identified sources of PFOS to wastewater treatment plants. Specifically, I'll talk about chrome plating and chromate conversion coating and the Eagle EPA fume suppressant study. And then I'm going to give the reins over to Ann, who will talk about landfill leachate, contaminated sites, and other sources, and the impacts of the source control efforts in Michigan. And then we'll have some time for questions, and Tom's going to help us out with that as well. Next slide. You may be familiar with what PFAS are and why they're important, but just to make sure that we're all on the same page, PFAS are a class of synthetic chemicals. They're not naturally occurring. We've used them extensively over the past 70 years, and some have very special properties like being resistant to both water and oil that have made them very useful in manufacturing commercial products. They're considered emerging pollutants, so the science about the impacts and the nature of the chemicals is still being developed. So there's a lot that we don't know yet. The PFAS of concern for Michigan's surface waters are PFOS, perfluorooctane sulfonate, and PFOA, perfluorooctanoic acid. Next slide. So we're concerned about PFAS for a number of reasons. PFAS are widespread in the environment and they don't break down easily. They bioaccumulate and they may build up in our body tissues and tissues of fish and other organisms. Studies primarily with PFOA and PFOS show health effects from ingestion, such as lower birth weight, immune system effects, liver and thyroid damage, and kidney and testicular cancer. Next slide. Michigan became involved in the PFAS story because we have surface water criteria for two PFAS, PFOS and PFOA. And you can see here on the screen what the criteria that we use to develop those standards. And this is why we're focused on these two PFAS. This table shows various criteria that we used, and you can see the criteria on the right are protective of aquatic life, and those on the left are protective of humans eating the fish. And as you can see, the criteria protecting humans are much more stringent than those that are protecting the fish. So the surface water criteria are so low due to the bioaccumulative nature of PFOS in fish. Next slide. Because of our concerns about wastewater treatment plants potentially discharging PFOS, Eagle started the IPP PFAS initiative in Michigan using an existing regulatory program, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or NPDS, to address these new pollutants. And just to give you a little background, we found a wastewater treatment plant that was passing through PFOS to the river, kind of found it in the river and traced it back to them. And then we started the statewide effort. So for wastewater treatment plants with IPPs, we required source evaluation and follow-up to ensure that those wastewater treatment plants were not passing through PFOS or PFOA greater than water quality standards to surface water, or accepting PFOS or PFOA in quantities that would interfere with the management of their biosolids. And it's a current NPDS permit requirement, but for new pollutants. Next slide. There are a number of ways that we could have approached controlling PFAS discharges to surface water, but Michigan chose to start with investigating and controlling PFAS at the source rather than starting with the wastewater treatment plant effluent. We were concerned that some sources might be missed at wastewater treatment plants with large effluent flows, and also recognize that ultimately the reduction of PFAS would be easiest at the lowest volume concentrated sources rather than the relatively dilute wastewater treatment plant effluent. Next, please. For our initiative, we asked wastewater treatment plants with required IPP programs to look for sources of PFAS in their systems. the wastewater treatment plants were required to screen industrial users based on our research of potential users of PFAS. We asked them to evaluate industrial users and other sources such as contaminated sites as potential sources of PFAS. And then we asked them to conduct follow-up sampling of probable sources. And then they had to sample their wastewater treatment plant effluent if sources were found above the screening criteria of 12 parts per trillion PFOS, which you might remember is our water quality standard in Michigan. And we are fortunate that we have very responsible wastewater treatment plants and conscientious industries that have really worked together to address PFOS. And there's additional information about the initiative at the michigan.gov/IPP website here. Next slide. This is a flow diagram of the IPP PFAS initiative process. If a wastewater treatment plant did not have potential sources, meaning industries in certain categories or contaminated sites were not present, they were not required to monitor sources or their own effluent. If they did have potential sources, they were required to sample the sources, and then if they were confirmed as a source of PFAS, so they had PFOS above that 12 part per trillion screening level, they were required to reduce or eliminate sources internal to that industry. And then if cleaning or other reduction efforts were not successful, the wastewater treatment plants sometimes required pretreatment of wastewater or alternative disposal. And it's not shown here, but communities, as you may know, also have other tools such as developing local limits under the industrial pretreatment programs for industries discharge PFAS to attain compliance, especially if PFAS is discharged at relatively low concentrations or loading. Next slide, please. This chart shows the current compliance status of our 95 wastewater treatment plants with IPPs in Michigan, at least as of last month. 45% of wastewater treatment plants with industrial pretreatment programs did not find any PFAS sources. 32 found sources and their effluent has not met water quality standards at some point. And 23% found sources, but their effluent has so far met water quality standards. So, they might have quite a bit of dilution, or the sources might not have been, I guess, very, very high in PFOS. Next slide, please. With 2 years of information accumulated, EGLE issued this report about the sources of PFAS to wastewater treatment plants in Michigan. And that's kind of really what this presentation today is about. Next slide. The simple pie chart shows the number of sources by type, and this is not taking into account loadings of pollutants to wastewater treatment plants or the impacts to surface waters. It's just a simple count. The most prevalent sources were landfills, metal finishers, and contaminated sites. The centralized waste treaters, paper manufacturing and packaging, commercial industrial laundries, chemical manufacturers, and AFFF contaminated sewers were also sources. Next slide. So this table shows the same information in more detail, and also shows the total number of potential sources that were evaluated under the initiative, which was especially significant for the top categories. Not all the facilities were sampled, as you saw in the previous slide, but all were evaluated for potential PFAS use or contamination. So you can see here, 56 landfills were evaluated, and 46 or 88% had PFOS greater than the screening level of 12 parts per trillion. Both type 1 and 2 and hazardous waste landfills were all found to be sources of PFAS, presumably based on how much industrial waste containing PFOS they accepted. And Ann will talk more about that later. Of 320 metal finishers evaluated, 47 or 15% were sources of PFAS, largely based on a history of fume suppressant use. contaminated sites were a complex category, with half of the 40 sites evaluated having PFOS greater than the screening level. Next slide. Additional sources of PFOS to wastewater treatment plants include centralized waste treaters, paper manufacturing and packaging, commercial industrial laundries, chemical manufacturers, and AFFF contaminated sewers. And you can see our caveats here. These numbers basically were estimated based on many sources, including but not limited to compliance submittals, lab reports, voluntary surveys, emails, internet searches, and personal communications. And so some of those sources had a lot of detail and some did not. So, you know, we just want to let you know the document represents our best efforts to compile, organize, and summarize all this information. And it's really good information, but it's not exact. And in fact, we're probably going to do a few updates to the document. I don't think it'll change the categories, but there might be a few additional sources in some of the categories. So next slide. In general, two types of metal finishers were found to be sources of PFOS, and it was really the metal finishers in Michigan turned out to be a very important source because it had the most impact, and the source with the most impact are chrome platers with a history of fume suppressant use. Fume suppressants are used to control hexavalent chromium mist, which are a public health concern for workers, and also it's useful to comply with federal air regulations. And you can see there's a wide variance of the PFOS found in effluent. This chart shows the highest PFOS sampled, and the PFOS present is likely based on the quantities of PFOS used at a particular plant. And you can see that the concentrations with the highest of 240,000 parts per trillion are relatively higher than those you'll see later in the presentation for landfill leachate. And those top out at 5,000 parts per trillion PFOS. And we found that both hard and decorative chrome platers were both sources of PFOS. Next slide. Metal finishers that had a chromate conversion coating step were found to be a smaller and less significant source of PFOS to wastewater treatment plants. So there were only 9 sources, and the highest effluent was less than 10,000 parts per trillion PFOS, generally much lower than the chrome plater sources. Chromate is hexavalent chromium, and historical use of PFOS-based fume suppressants is likely the source of the PFOS in the effluent. Next slide. One thing I wanted to talk about was the EPA and EGLE fume suppressant study. So we conducted the study to answer the question of whether PFOS and chrome plater effluent might be linked to currently used products. So for this study, we analyzed fume suppressants currently in use for PFAS to determine if PFOS was present or if precursors to PFOS were present. So precursors would be a longer chain PFAS that could break down to PFOS. The EPA Office of Research and Development also analyzed chrome plater effluent for PFAS prior to any pretreatment for PFAS. Over half had pretreatment already installed at the time of the sampling in July of 2019. And then we compared the PFAS found in the currently used products at the facilities to the effluent. Next slide. Next slide. There we go, thank you. We reviewed data from the IPP PFAS initiative and developed a list of chrome platers that had been found to discharge PFOS in their wastewater and also currently use fume suppressants. And we got approval from 11 of those chrome platers. It was a voluntary study to take a sample of their effluent and also the fume suppressants that they were using. And a couple of platers had fume suppressant that they had used recently, but weren't now. We took samples of those fume suppressants as well. So we ended up with 12 fume suppressant samples, 9 different products, and 3 replicates. And the samples also included effluent from one sister plant that was newer, that had never used the PFOS containing fume suppressant. But it does use a PFAS containing product. As you may know, in 2015, there was a ban put in place on PFOS containing fume suppressant use by chrome electroplaters. So EPA analyzed the products and effluent with, or analyzed the products and the effluent with targeted and non-targeted analysis. Next slide, please. So the results of targeted and non-targeted analysis showed that no products currently used contained PFOS. You can see 8 of the 9 products included 6,2 FTS in the targeted analysis, which is shown here. And you can see there's a lot of blank space, including the column for PFOS, which is marked with an arrow. One product, which we had 3 samples of, contained no PFAS at all. Next slide, please. This chart shows PFAS found in the chrome plater effluent. And again, this is prior to any PFAS pretreatment. And you can see here that the PFAS found in the effluent are much more complex than those found in the products. And I should also note this is log scale. Otherwise, you'd primarily see the 6,2 FTS, which was the PFAS in the currently used products. The PFOS, which is circled in red, was present in the effluent, although it's was not found in the currently used fume suppressants. Next slide, please. So these are the same effluent results in straight scale, and it shows you that 6,2 FTS is the most abundant compound for most of the platers sampled, which makes sense since that's the chemical currently used by most of the platers. Note that 3 of the platers were not using a current product that contained 6,2 FTS or PFAS, and they had much lower concentrations of PFAS in their effluent. All of the plater effluent samples contained PFAS, though. Next slide. And this is a little complicated. If you're interested in this topic, you might want to look at the fume suppressant study report, which is online. But one of the questions we often get is about whether there could be non-detect PFOS in the fume suppressants and have it show up in the effluent. And we figured out the answer is no, based on the math. But if you read the study, you'll see that since the fume suppressants contained high concentrations of 6,2 FTS, samples had to be diluted to avoid contaminating analytical equipment. And since dilution factors range from 500 to 10,000 times, the quantification level for the analytes not detected, including PFOS, in the products is less than 1,000 nanograms per liter or parts per trillion, which if you work with PFAS, you know, we're used to seeing 2 parts per trillion, and that's kind of what we feel comfortable with. So we had that question is, well, regardless of what we found with the study, could PFOS be just under 1,000 parts per trillion and be, you know, non-detect in the product, but still be detectable in the effluent? But we figured out that given the amount of product used being highly diluted, we could still draw the conclusion that the PFOS present in the effluent is not attributable to the current fume suppressant use. So this is a theoretical calculation here that you're seeing. We're showing concentrations in PFOS and effluent. Theoretically, if 1,000 parts of PFOS were present in all the current fume suppressant used by a facility, and all the fume suppressant were discharged along with the effluent. And we did a range, theoretical range of total effluent volume along the x-axis there. And you can see that even with very low dilution at 1,000 gallons per day discharge, you still have less than 1 nanogram per liter of PFOS in the effluent that would show up in the effluent. And we asked some of the participants in the study, how much fume suppressant they use in a day to develop the example. So if you're interested in that, it probably makes more sense when you look at the study. You can actually see the calculations. Next slide, please. In the study, most PFAS in the chrome plate or effluent is 6,2-FTS, likely from current products, except platers using product 3 in the study, which didn't have any PFAS in it. It was beyond the scope of the study whether other PFAS in the effluent are breakdown products from 6,2-FTS. The terminal breakdown products for 6,2-FTS are listed here. And there are potential intermediate breakdown products, but that's more complicated and also unclear since there's different breakdown pathways. So that's just kind of beyond the scope of the study. Next slide, please. Before we leave this topic, this slide is another look at the effluent data, but simplified. And you can see how much of the currently used PFAS chemical 6,2-FTS is present in comparison with the PFOS residuals and other PFAS, which are grouped together. And you can also see the plant here, which is plant J, that had never used a PFOS containing fume suppressant. So that was the newer plant. And they have non-detect PFOS in their effluent. And the reporting levels for the effluent are less than 10 parts per trillion for the non-detects. So we learned that there's nothing unexpected going on with the fume suppressant products. They're PFOS free, they really are, which is good news. And the hard work that the platers are doing to pre-treat their effluent and clean and replace equipment and surfaces is really worthwhile and what needs to be done. Some of the platers were really fearing that their efforts were not working as expected because the replacement products actually had PFOS, but that doesn't appear to be the case. It's just very, very difficult to get rid of PFOS residuals at a facility. The bad news is that the only way out is through simple product substitution, which really already happens like 5 years ago, was not and is not enough to eliminate PFOS for chrome platers that used PFOS containing chemicals in significant quantities. In many cases, cleaning will not be effective because of the large concentrations of PFOS formerly used, meaning that even if most of the product is cleaned from surfaces, there'll still be enough residue left for that plate or effluent to exceed the target levels, since those target levels are so low. The other bad news is that 6,2-FTS is very similar to PFOS in structure, and it uses up carbon sites in the treatment media. We don't know a lot about the non-PFAS product, which was product 3 in the study, except that it contains complex hydrocarbons and fatty acids, which may be like a coconut oil. We don't know much about its impacts on product quality, carbon treatment media, or air handling equipment. So Ann Tavalier will talk next about landfills, contaminated sites, other sources, and how source reduction has worked.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you well. Thanks, Ann.
Thanks, Andrea. All right, so talking about landfills. Here in Michigan, we classified the landfills based on our regulations of landfill, which is our Part 115 regs. And so there are type 2 landfills, which are municipal solid waste landfills. Those accept your everyday household waste, but also they accept other non-hazardous waste. And then we have type 3 landfills, which are basically everything that's not a type 2 landfill or a hazardous waste landfill. And then in Michigan, we do have one hazardous waste landfill. And so for the source dock, within the type 2 and the type 3 categories, we classified the landfills as active, meaning that they are still accepting waste, or closed, which means they're either no longer accepting waste to they're officially capped. Nope, I'm having problems. Hold on. Oh,
Are you there, Anne?
yeah, I'm here. I keep, when I advance, it mutes me.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Let's see. I have you on. Yeah, it must be on your end that it's muting.
Let's see, let me try this again. There we go. Okay.
Okay, we can
Still
hear you.
muted? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. So this is just a graph of the landfill leachate in terms of their highest concentrations in parts per trillion. So as Carla talked about, landfills were the most prevalent source, followed closely by the metal finishers. So again, this is the highest leachate found at each landfill for the range of PFOS. Was a high of 5,000 to a low of 20 parts per trillion. And these concentrations were relatively lower than those seen for the metal finishers, as Carla just discussed. And the impact to a wastewater treatment plant from leachate is dependent on the amount of leachate received, the concentration of PFOS in the leachate, and the overall volume of sanitary sewage that's treated by the wastewater treatment plant. You can see here that the majority of landfills discharging to wastewater treatment plants that have exceeded water quality standards, with 29 or 59% contributing to pass through of PFOS from the wastewater treatment plants to waters of the state. So here in Michigan, in some cases, a landfill is a wastewater treatment plant's only source. And in others, they are just a number of sources. And so beyond the industrial pretreatment program, we are looking at landfill leachate as a statewide issue. So we've added questions to our inspection checklist to identify if there are any non-IPP wastewater treatment plants that accept high strength waste, such as landfill leachate. And so we just are going to do this as part of our routine inspection schedules at wastewater treatment plants. And so our NPDES compliance staff will issue a compliance communication letter outlining the requirements of a short-term waste characterization study. And so the NPDES staff and the industrial pretreatment compliance staff, along with permit section, will review the results of the study to determine if the wastewater treatment plant needs to develop an IPP. If they're experiencing any pass-through or interference from PFAS or metals or other compatible pollutants. This pie chart shows the number of contaminated sites by type that were sources of PFAS to wastewater treatment plants. Metal finishing, miscellaneous cleanup and dewatering sites, and mixed manufacturing facilities were the most prevalent. 40 contaminated sites were evaluated with a wide range of PFAS concentrations from 14 to 34,000 parts per trillion. And the contaminated sites mirror the actively discharging sources that we found. And so 20 PFAS sources were confirmed, meaning they were discharging PFAS above the 12 parts per trillion screening level. And investigation into those sources of PFAS at some of these sites are still ongoing. The contaminated sites include sites that are actively pump and treat and untreated groundwater into sanitary sewers, as well as sites where contaminated groundwater has reached the sanitary sewer via infiltration or inflow. And of the 40 contaminated sites evaluated, 27 pumped groundwater into sanitary sewers, while the remaining 13 are suspected of infiltration and inflow sites. So centralized waste treaters, or CWTs, receive a wide variety of hazardous and non-hazardous industrial waste for treatment. So CWT is taking waste from sources of PFAS, such as landfill leachate, plating waste, or paper sludge. The PFAS may be discharged to a wastewater treatment plant if adequate treatment isn't used by the CWT. And so here in Michigan, the majority of our CWTs discharge to larger wastewater treatment plant, which in turn receive high volumes of sanitary sewage, which we know is typically low in PFOS. This dilution effect may reduce the PFOS concentrations in wastewater treatment plant effluent, thereby lessening the CWT impact on receiving streams. And in my area in Southeast Michigan, we have a number of centralized waste treaters, and many of them are working to install PFAS treatment, either by a granular activated carbon system, and they're using that as a way to garner additional business. Manufacturers of paper, cardboard, and packaging products were found to discharge low to moderate concentrations of PFOS. Of the 10 sources evaluated, 9 discharged PFOS above the screening level. At the time of the report, most paper and cardboard manufacturers were still attempting to identify their PFOS sources. However, in one case, the PFOS source is believed to be recycled paper used in the manufacturing process. Another paper manufacturer coated their product with a PFOS process chemical from 3M in the 1980s. The impacted groundwater contaminated local municipal drinking water wells, which in turn passed through a wastewater treatment plant. Some paper manufacturing companies have operated their own landfills for their waste products. These landfills produce leachate containing PFOS that is then often discharged to a wastewater treatment plant. So we had 12 commercial industrial laundry facilities that were sampled as part of the IPP PFAS initiative, and 5 of them were discharging above the screening level of 12 parts per trillion. However, the discharge was fairly low concentrations from 12 to 69 parts per trillion. These facilities were likely washing items that have been treated with a PFAS-based stained and/or dirt-resistant coating. And we know that at one facility, it was laundering gloves from a metal finisher that was using fume suppressants. A small percentage of chemical manufacturers were discharging PFAS above 12 parts per trillion. 3 out of 4 source facilities manufacture chemical compounds used by the metal finishing industry. And 1 facility is manufacturing synthetic lubricating oils and greases. And it was identified that they use a synthetic fluoropolymer of tetrafluoroethylene in the process. The historical and current use of AFFF firefighting foam has resulted in the contamination of sanitary sewers at 2 facilities that were identified as sources of PFAS. At one facility with an AFFF fire suppression system, the foam would be sent to the sanitary sewer when the system was tested regularly, which resulted in contaminated sanitary lines. At another facility, there was a fire that has a fire station. They had a fire truck that was leaking AFFF to a floor drain, which also then contaminated the sewer lines. At this facility, the leak has been fixed and the AFFF and the truck water have been disposed of off-site. And since we published the source document earlier this summer, we have identified 3 other facilities that attribute the PFAS in their effluent to AFFF use. So we found 2 additional airports and another chemical manufacturer. And here again is just a summary of industrial sources industrial PFAS sources to wastewater treatment plants. In terms of impact on wastewater treatment plant effluent, it really depends on factors such as the size of the wastewater treatment plant, the PFAS loading from each industrial source, and how much dilution occurs from domestic wastewater within the collection system. And we have provided a link here where you can read the reports. As you can see here, the IPP PFAS initiative has resulted in substantial reductions of PFAS discharged from wastewater treatment plants. 95% or more PFOS reduction at 7 wastewater treatment plants, plus additional reductions. And these reductions are primarily due to PFAS pretreatment being installed at the industrial source. And we certainly feel that this chart validates the approach that we took here in Michigan to look for PFAS at the industrial dischargers and to control those dischargers rather than have the wastewater treatment plant implement some sort of PFAS treatment at the plants. And we really appreciate the work of our wastewater treatment plants and the industries that work together to make really great progress in reducing their PFAS in the discharge. So here are the link to the fume suppressant study report, as well as some other PFAS related documents and web pages for your information. And we will continue to update the web pages with reports as they are completed. And we will have a more detailed report about EGLE studies regarding municipal wastewater and biosolids or sludge and PFAS, as well as a report on sources of PFAS to wastewater treatment plants that will be published later this summer and be posted to the MPART and IPP web pages referenced here. I think that's it.
Great. Thank you so much to both of you, and in fact, all three of you who are here today with us. We do have a few questions for you, and we'll go through them briefly, but don't feel rushed. We're doing well time-wise. So one of the first questions that came through, let's see, so I'll just start here. Wait, someone's asking if you can go back a slide just for a second before we start the polls. Would you guys mind going to just the previous slide, I think?
How do I go back?
Well, and while you're doing that, so a question for you. What pretreatment methods are available to remove PFAS and PFAS and PFOS? PFOS.
The main method, and Tom and Ann can chime in as well, but that we're seeing in Michigan is just GAC, granulated activated carbon. I think the virgin carbon tends to be better than regenerated for removing PFAS. Sometimes we're seeing resin used as a polishing. Although there's a lot of maintenance involved with resin, and if you don't maintain it, you can get more coming out than is coming in. So I've seen that be abandoned as well. And it's very expensive, more expensive than GAC.
Okay.
Andrea, is this the slide that you're talking about?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So do you have any data to support, or do you have any findings related to the contribution of these from uncontrollable commercial residential sources, or compared to SIUs, or do you just have what's coming from the SIUs?
What we've seen at treatment plants that either don't have a lot of industry is somewhere around 3 to 7 parts per trillion, basically around 5 parts per trillion that we're considering an anthropogenic kind of background that's not, that would be related to commercial, or I guess, residential use of products that contain PFAS. No, Tom or Ann, if you wanted to add.
Yeah, we had a couple of municipalities that did took a collection system sampling approach to identifying sources, and a number of them didn't find any sources. So we got some pretty good data on just sort of what the background levels are for PFAS, PFOS, and PFOA. And it's basically the range that Carla just said. It seems like it was almost always between like 4 and 7. And that seemed to be, and again, because it's in so many products, consumer products and so on, I think we're always going to see some level of PFAS and PFOA in that domestic sewage, but it's at much lower levels than what we saw from our sources, such as metal finishers and landfill leachate and so on.
Okay.
Let's see. And some of that, sorry.
No,
Some
no,
of
you
that
go ahead.
information would be in the summary report.
Right.
Okay, great. Let's see, my uh, mouse is not cooperating, so I'm going to pull up just a few more of these questions. We won't have time for them all. You know, guys, we're getting a lot of feedback that this presentation was really great. So again, thank you. And perhaps because we're off schedule a little bit, I would extend the same option for you guys to have some of these attendees with questions that we don't get to perhaps connect you guys via email at some point, or maybe send out a list of the questions, because there are several that we won't be able to get to today. And you know, if you're open to that.
Sure.
Of course.
Yeah, great. So someone mentioned that they remember that testing for these compounds was fairly scarce and pretty expensive. Is that still the case? And are the methods used approved by EPA?
Who wants to answer that? So when we started this project, there weren't that many labs that were doing this. I mean, there were certainly labs that had quite a history of doing work for Department of Defense and others with site cleanups. But since we started this effort, I think Michigan and other states have been doing a lot of PFOS sampling, and there's a lot of labs now doing PFAS analysis. And the price has come down. I know when we started, it was around $350 for, you know, one sample analysis, or, you know, plus or minus, depending on the lab and the number of analytes. Now, I don't know, has anyone seen a price now?
I can think of one recently I saw, I think was about 270.
Okay,
So
that's
it's
less.
coming down. Yeah.
And there's not an EPA approved method yet, but I think there's, you know, has been movement. There's been a method published by EPA for comment, I believe. But if you look at some of the resources that we have online, we do, you know, basically have guidance for communities when they're doing PFAS sampling on collection of sampling and the type of analysis to use. So the ASTM D7979 was one of the methods that could be used, or there's a method that's often called the EPA 537 modified that could be used. And now EPA has a new method out, but it's basically a, shoot, I'm blanking on, Tom, can you help me? What's it's EPA method 537.
Yeah, yep, it's another kind of an iteration of that one, it sounds like.
Right.
But yeah, even though EPA doesn't have an approved method right now, we've seen thousands of sample results now, and you know the results have been, you know, pretty consistent. We don't see real wide variability between the labs. We've had a number of municipalities who've used different labs at different times just to kind of, you know, see if there'd be any any difference between the labs, and by and large it's been pretty consistent. You know, there's always the occasional issue where the equipment gets contaminated or a problem with the, you know, the sampling technique or something like that, but it's you know, after looking, you know, over thousands of results now, I think both of these methods have been pretty good.
Okay, thank you. I think we will have time for one final question, and while we before I pose the question to you guys, I'm going to let the attendees know that I am launching the first poll for those that are collecting CEUs. We're wondering, would you guys feel comfortable talking about potential, do you guys have a sense of how domestic sources are contributing these compounds, you know, where it could be coming from, specifically from households and other non-industrial scenarios? Is that something you guys would be able to talk on a little bit as we wrap things up?
So the question is for non-domestic sewer users, what the sources would be
Yeah, so for
within a
example,
household.
right.
Well, I mean, certainly most of the products that you see that have a lot of fabrics, and some have a lot of fabrics have some kind of coating on them to make them stain and water resistant. Some clothing has that. So that's certainly a source, but like we were talking about earlier, it's not really what we'd consider a significant source compared to some of the industrial sources that we.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for sharing with us, with the folks over in the Pacific Northwest, all the way out from Michigan. We really appreciate you taking the time, and it was a really fantastic presentation. And with that, I will say have a good day, and we will wrap up the second poll and prepare to welcome the next speaker. So you guys have a great day, and thanks again for sharing with us.
Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you.
Take care. I think at this point, we are running a little late, but I know that everyone's still with us and is very understanding of any technical issues we've had. So I'd like to extend the opportunity to take a quick break before we welcome Tiffany Garcia for our final presentation. So we're going to come back at 10:15 to welcome Tiffany. So you guys are free to leave your monitor, maybe get some more coffee or a snack or visit the restroom. So we'll see you guys back in a couple minutes.
Hey all, this is Tiffany Garcia. Should I start sharing my
Hey, Tiffany.
screen?
Yeah, we are. We won't share your screen just yet. We're going to allow people to take a quick break, and at 10:15, we will reconvene, and I will ask you to share your screen. I will click the button to allow you to ask you to share your screen at that time.
Okay, I just was wondering, I got double monitors. I just wanted to make sure that the right screen was going to be coming up. Do you think we should practice?
It's typically the main screen that you're using. That's what most of the presenters have found. But yeah, I'm happy to go ahead and share. Let's see, share your screen real quick. So you'll get a prompt to ask you to allow us to see your screen. And it looks like you've got the PowerPoint the screen that you have the presentation on now is the correct screen.
Oh yeah, so you just see the title and my name and stuff?
No, it's minimized. I do see the background, and it's minimized. So if you
that's not the right screen. What a bummer.
I gotcha. Okay.
Can you choose my other one, or can you have me?
I don't know. I don't have any controls, unfortunately. We're not sure which or if GoToWebinar gives you the option to.
Okay, let me see if I move this over here and then do some. Nope, that didn't work either. Huh. I wonder if I can change my monitor. Oh, this could be good. How about now?
No, we still. Oh, we still see your desktop background, but I do see PowerPoint up, but it is minimized.
Okay, let's see.
And it is full screen now in editing. Let's see.
Okay.
Someone's commenting that if you start the slideshow and then click display at the top, it'll maybe perhaps switch the monitors.
Yeah.
And you can have it on whichever monitor you prefer. But again, I'm unsure.
So start the slideshow. And then click. Monitors.
While you're working through that, we're going to go ahead and I'll go ahead. We do want to do some housekeeping briefly while you're pulling that up, and I'm going to switch screens for just a second. Let's see, so that, oh goodness, now I'm having technical difficulties. Well, welcome back, guys. We're getting things sorted for the next presentation. Thanks again for your patience doing this virtually. Sometimes isn't easy, but we did want to take a moment to thank the planning committee for this year's Pacific Northwest Pretreatment Workshop. We had a really great group of regional pretreatment program volunteers. They're pictured here on the PowerPoint presentation. Myself, I worked with a great group, including Shane Sinclair from the city of Corvallis, Kristen Thomas, she's in Vancouver, Washington, Ari DeHoop in Klamath Falls, and Carissa Holmes over in the city of Redmond, Oregon. So thank you guys. And we were also supported by the wonderful folks over at the Pacific Northwest Pollution Prevention Resource Center. So a big thank you to the volunteers there that were on our planning committee. They're all mostly based in Seattle, Washington. We've got Ed Gonzalez, Krista Thornton, Clayton Brown, who is actually over in Oregon, and Carol Beard. So thank you guys for everything you've done to make this workshop happen this year virtually, despite all the craziness that we've all experienced this year. Thank you to all of you. We also wanted to give one more shout out to John Gross over with Gold Street Design. They sponsored our networking event last week, which was fantastic and so much fun. And more information about Gold Street Design will be up on our website on the sponsor page. They've got a really neat video that they put together, so we'd encourage you to take a look whenever you have a chance. And so with that, we'll get back. Tiffany, are you still with us?
I'm here, yeah.
Great. So I'm going to go ahead and share your screen again and see what we've got. So you'll get a request coming over to you now. Well, we see a full screen presentation, so hopefully it's set up correctly on your end. And if you and Tal are ready to go, I will hand it over to you. Thanks again for joining us.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Today I wanted to tell you about a project we've been doing for the last 6 months in Corvallis, Oregon, as a way of tracking the recent pandemic, the COVID-19 for COVID-19. This is a collaborative project. Tal and I are part of the Department of Fisheries and Wildlife at Oregon State University, but this has absolutely been a hand-in-hand project with the City of Corvallis Public Works, and we couldn't have done it without each other. So first thing that I wanted to overview just real quickly is just COVID-19 in general. So as I'm sure everybody is grossly aware, this global pandemic shows no sign of slowing down, at least here in the United States. This is data that was actually just taken today, so it's recent, about COVID-19 daily tests, which have increased dramatically since we first started monitoring the disease in early April. Daily cases are going up, unfortunately, and that has recently seen a significant spike since mid-October. And there's a couple of reasons for that, likely, that we'll go into. There's also been some interesting shifts in hospitalizations as treatments and medications have improved. Our knowledge of the disease has improved, but we also see changes in caseloads and backlogs for hospitals. So that has seen some ups and downs. But we have gotten better at treating the disease. So actually death rates have decreased over time. And I don't want to seem too much like a COVID-19 geek, but I gotta say, this is a very interesting virus. The virus itself is SARS-CoV-2, and it's genetically, it's really interesting. It's one of the largest RNA viruses, so the sequence is quite large for a virus, and we currently know of at least 15 genes that are coded by this RNA. Actually, just last week, I don't know if you saw this, but they did identify one more. It's this really weird type of gene, though, that uses nucleotides from other genes. So it's called this hidden gene. It's an overarching gene. So how they figured that out, I have no idea. But this is a very interesting virus in just the ways that it can enter the human cell. So they call it a coronavirus because this is a recent picture of the virus. And it's called a corona because of those S proteins that stud the outside, and those S proteins grab onto human cells. And because it's hundreds and hundreds of times smaller than an average human cell, it's able to squeak in. It's just surrounded by this really kind of weak membrane. So detergents tend to break it down pretty easily. And the RNA just squeezes into the human cell and hijacks our own equipment to replicate. It's part of a family that we know a little bit about. The coronavirus family, or the family of enveloviruses, and this is not the first time that we've interacted with them. There has been several SARS viruses that have impacted human health. This particular one, we're trying to get a hold of in terms of prevalence and spread throughout our community with individual testing. So this is data that was taken by Johns Hopkins, and the light bars are the number of daily tests that are administered just here in the United States. And if you could tell, the dark bars on that line on the bottom are the number of tests that are coming back positive. So you can see that the number of daily tests that we're giving in the US is increasing linearly, which is fantastic news. And unfortunately, the number of daily positives are also coming back, are also increasing over time. That blue line there is just a percentage of the daily tests that are positive. So that's gone down as the number of tests we administer go down. So this whole thing is really predicated, our understanding of how this disease is doing in the United States and the world is largely predicated on testing. And testing can be highly variable depending on where you go. So these are just two states in the US that differ dramatically in the amount of testing that they're doing. New York, they had that horrible outbreak in early April, and they have since increased daily testing significantly. They're giving like over 160,000 tests a day, and very little of those are coming back positive. But they are definitely doing their due diligence with testing. Then you look at South Dakota, and almost 50% of the daily tests that they administer are coming back positive, and obviously that percentage would go down if they did administer more tests. So dichotomy, it seems, in our ability to manage daily testing is very much making it difficult to interpret data in terms of spread and containment. So we want to try something new. What we learned from those past outbreaks of SARS and MERS pandemics in the early aughts and was significant. So the Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome was a coronavirus that was prevalent in the Middle East. It started in 2004. And that was an outbreak that was somewhat contained, but we gathered a ton of data on MERS when that outbreak was occurring. And what we learned was that viral RNA is communicable in a bunch of different ways. Largely, it's through this nasal ocular fluid, so your spit and sputum. Those liquids contain viral DNA, and you can communicate that disease and transfer it to other people with that spittle. But it's also excreted through the feces. So we learned this with MERS, and we confirmed it with OG SARS, the original SARS, which had an outbreak in 2012. So this is interesting in that we can detect it in the feces of infected individuals, and that a lot of light bulbs went on. But this isn't new. As I'm sure you're all very aware, using wastewater to monitor human diseases has been happening for actually thousands of years. And utilities have been involved in the managing and the monitoring of human diseases for 100 years. So this is old technology, but we're using it with new outbreaks. So because of what we learned from MERS and from the original SARS, we know that patients do shed fecal RNA, SARS-CoV-2 RNA through their feces. We know that it happened, that we can detect that RNA before symptom onset. So they will shed the virus before they show any symptoms. And we also can detect, infected patients will shed this RNA weeks after those symptoms go away. What also is interesting is that asymptomatic individuals will also shed SARS-CoV-2 RNA in their feces. And as you know, asymptomatic individuals, man, that's kind of the black hole of managing COVID-19, because people they don't even know they're sick. They have no symptoms, and so they can be super spreaders for the virus. But we can pick up those asymptomatic individuals with wastewater monitoring. So Kajima published a paper just last month in the Science of Total Environment. I gave you the link here. It's actually a fantastic review of everything we know about using wastewater as a way of monitoring this particular outbreak. And this is gaining lots of traction. So back in April, and there were several webinars that involved epidemiologists and wastewater managers from around the world, and they were all saying this is something we need to do. In fact, the U.S. there was a Senate hearing where several people, including folks from Portland, testified to the effectiveness of monitoring wastewater to track COVID-19, and now we're seeing it all over the place, mostly done at the municipal level. So people are at wastewater treatment plants are sending in samples to projects and into private companies. So I don't know if you've heard of BioBot, but that's just one example of these private groups that are willing to test wastewater for COVID-19. The technology and the methodology is vastly improved over the last 5 months, which is insane when you think about how fast this science is moving. But the tech is getting really well, and it's a really good idea given the variability we have to individually test people to trace the infection when there is an outbreak, and for areas that just simply don't have the resources to go out and see what the prevalence is in their communities. So it's an unbiased method for evaluating the spread of this infection, and we're seeing it used in very rural areas, urban areas, and across the world. So the proof of concept happened quite early. There were several places in the US that started monitoring as early as late March, and places internationally. So this is a data set that came from the Iberian Peninsula in Spain. Spain had, if you remember, a huge problem and an early outbreak, but it didn't really affect much of the Iberian Peninsula. The outbreak didn't seem to be getting into that region, at least not initially, but wastewater samples were taken and tests were run as early as March. So what's interesting here is those dots, those triangles and circles and squares, that's the data from the wastewater. So what they did is they collected wastewater, they isolated the RNA, and then they ran it through genetic analyses using primers that the CDC and the World Health Organization had developed. These are the N1, N2, and N3 primers that actually our project is using as well, and have been shown to be able to pick up this the genetic sequence of COVID-19 in wastewater. So they looked at these 6 municipalities, and they were able to detect quantities of SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater before there were reported cases. So they were detecting SARS-CoV-2 before people were going to the hospital, before people were getting widely tested, and symptomatic and asymptomatic people were identified. So this was an early warning system for them. They were able to identify that, okay, it's in our region. We're going to start seeing caseloads, and that happened to be true. But we're using this as proof of concept, and that paper just came out. So what we wanted to do in collaboration with the city was to not do what everybody else was doing, to take a fine filter approach. So we didn't, yes, we cared what was happening at the city level by looking at the influent into the water treatment plant, but we wanted to do a spatially explicit approach. Corvallis is a small town. We got about 65,000 people here, but it's a university-driven town. And so the city does seem to be broken up into very specific neighborhoods with different demographics. We wanted to isolate those neighborhoods. We broke up the city so that we could identify what the patterns of prevalence were over time. And because we wanted to provide Benton County Health with actionable data, we wanted them to know if outbreaks were happening in certain parts of the city before it could spread to other parts. We also wanted to see shifts over time. So we expected and predicted COVID to show these kind of waves in outbreak because of seasonality, because of people moving inside when it got colder, because of maybe the viral response to different temperatures and precipitation gradients. We also, because we're a campus-driven town, we've got students. So we wanted to know if students, when they showed up in the fall, if they were going to be bringing COVID with them. And we also could break it down further because we've got elder care facilities here. We've got elementary schools and high schools. We wanted to be able to break it down to provide a safety for groups that might be overly impacted or highly susceptible to COVID-19. And then we wanted to communicate the results to the public. I know this may sound selfish, but you know, we work and live in Corvallis, and we wanted to provide resources for the populace in Corvallis. So we wanted this to go out to the public, to the residents. So we do have individual-based testing here in Corvallis. We're pretty lucky. The Benton County, at the county level, we have been getting results coming in from cases. We're relatively low. Here in Corvallis, we have a hospital that serves pretty much the entire county. So these data are grouped by week. And what we've seen is a steady increase over time in the number of cases that have been reported. We also, though, in Corvallis have the campus. So OSU, Oregon State University, has this program, it's called TRACE. And from the very beginning, they've been doing individual-based testing of a large part of our community as well as on campus. So we all register for TRACE and they call us in and we get weekly testing. And so they can tell us what's the prevalence of COVID-19 in OSU employees, in OSU students, and then we can compare it to what we're seeing with the Benton County health officials data for just the city community. And so as you can see, as far as OSU, we were pretty low in terms of total cases, but that spiked as soon as the students came back. So we can get some information from this individual-based testing, and that's great. But it doesn't help with the people who don't participate. To do individual-based testing, you either have to sign up for a program, you have to get sick, or you have to pay for it. And those things can exclude a lot of demographics. So there had to be this more holistic way of doing it. And so wastewater has been shown to be effective for doing this, as I showed you with the proof of concept. This is probably a very familiar picture in terms of just the map, but this is the sewer system for Corvallis. And it kind of looks to me like a guy running. But this is the city, and what we wanted to do was spatially explicit testing across the sewer collection system, and so we broke it up. The green was what the neighborhoods we determined to be North Corvallis. This is a series of 5 individual collection basins that all drain into one trunk line that comes into the north part of the Corvallis wastewater treatment plant. The red basin is actually one individual basin. It's called our Beeka Basin, and that also drains into the plant, which is just over here on the right. I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this is where the plant is. The Beeka neighborhood is a lot of students. It tends to be our apartment district, and a lot of students live in this region. This orange area is our downtown area with Oregon State University campus outlined there in a kind of a darker orange. This is an interesting area of the sewer network because this is the place where it's an old system in this district, so the sewer lines and the storm lines are mixed. So we get some dilution in this area. The red area is southwest. These tend to be more affluent suburbs. This is a place west of campus and some rolling hills. And so there's actually a lift station that helps get the sewer drainage from this region up to the plant. And that lift station is where we did our sample collection. This blue is Southtown. Southtown is also collected into a lift station and projected into the main sewer line. So we were able to isolate these districts, everything except for downtown, because the lift stations combine with the drainage from this downtown orange area into a main trunk line. And so that's what we call the lower Corvallis composite sample. And of course, we did a full composite sample for citywide. All of these basins in one sample. That's our Corvallis composite sample from all the combined influent at the wastewater treatment plant. I just want to bring up this one district here, the Northeast District on the right of North Corvallis. That's kind of an industrial area in Corvallis. There's an HP plant as well as some other industrial factories, and man, that messed us up. So Shane and I sampled North Corvallis and for the first half of our project, and it included that basin, and that basin was putting something down the drain that was messing with our PCR genetic analysis. So we had to bypass that basin towards the second half of our project when we just couldn't figure out how to get our assay to work. So you'll see that in the data. Okay, so what did we want to do? We wanted to isolate these basins, and the reason for that is we wanted to provide actionable data. So we could, if we wanted to, really not only get within the basin itself, but get specific neighborhoods or streets inside these basins. And so we can sample specific sewer junctions to isolate these neighborhoods. We could look for the susceptible populations in assisted living facilities or elder care facilities. There are several schools within each of these basins. This is Lincoln Elementary that I'm pointing to, and we could get the effluent from those schools. We could also just do a randomized grid sampling design across an entire basin. So there's, as far as I know, very few projects in the US and the world that are doing this. There are some projects, actually there's one in Portland, Oregon, that's looking at socioeconomic status within each of the sampling basins, but our project is the only one that's doing it on this fine level, on this type of a scale, where we're actually breaking each basin into populations of between 5 and 10,000. So this is I'm going to kind of walk you through our procedures here. If you look at the figure, this is our workflow. So we wait for people to go to the bathroom. That's the key. As they release their DNA in the viral DNA into the sewer system, that's when we sample. And we then we isolate the DNA and then take a time series data for each of the basins, starting as early as mid-July. And I'm going to walk you through these methodologies. So the gold standard for, as far as we know it, for trying to detect SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater are 24-hour composite samples. So that's what we did. We did a timed sampling structure using these auto samplers, and we did it every week. And we started, Shane and I have been out there since May. And we do these 24-hour composite samples. We collect 200 mils each sample, end up with almost 5 liters of sample by the end of the sampling period. We are also taking field blanks to control for potential contamination of the sampling lines and our methodologies. We do that before every single sample. We have to keep it cold. So this virus will break down in warm temperatures. So all these auto samplers are packed with ice to keep everything below 6 degrees. We want to make sure that if there's contamination, we're going to pick it up. So with our DEI field blanks and with our sample, we vigorously shake everything before we collect 250 mils to be processed. And if you've ever tried to filter sewage water, 250 mils is pretty much the maximum we can do without clogging all of our filters. And then we immediately transfer things to coolers that are packed with ice, and then we take them into the lab. We have a team of amazing techs that are running the genetic analysis. And just real quickly, what we're doing here is we're running PCR. So this test is again the gold standard for detecting SARS-CoV-2 in wastewater, in part because there's going to be a lot of other things in that wastewater and we have to worry about inhibition. So what we end up doing is spinning everything down using a centrifuge technique and really concentrate our sample. And then we used kind of standard Qiagen powder water kits to extract the RNA from our sample. We then use molecular techniques to convert the RNA to cDNA, and then we use our primers to attach into the well. So these primers, again, we didn't develop them. These are the standard primers that are that were developed by the CDC. The World Health Organization also uses these primers. These are the N1, N2, N3 primers. We've tried all 3. We get the best results with N1 and N2, and so that's what we've continued on with. And then we test for amplification. So we use PCR, or polymerase chain reaction, which all that is you start with a known sample, and then you amplify any DNA that's in your sample over a period of time. And by using a series of controls, you can then project how many copies you originally started with if you get amplification. So if you want to know about the details of this, we can talk about it, but basically just use cycles to heat and break apart and rebuild these DNA strands. and then that can be counted. So we're using real-time qPCR. So this is an attempt to quantify the amount of DNA in our samples. It's a pretty simple process where we just introduce a fluorescent probe, then we quantify how many bright spots we get during our reaction. And then we compare this to a standard curve so we know, at least in that sample, how much DNA we had. So to interpret our results, you'll need to know we run this 3 times per sample. So for every auto sampler that we collect our 4.8 liters from, we then collect 250 mils. We bring that into the lab and we spin it down, and then we extract the RNA, and then we run it through PCR 3 different times. So 3 replicates. And that's to give ourselves some sense of statistical robustness, right? So if only one of those replicates fires and shows SARS-CoV-2 RNA, then we know that it's relatively, and the other 2 don't, we know that we're barely at detection level for that. So there's not a lot of SARS-CoV-2 in the wastewater. But if all 3 fire and they show lots of copies, then we know that there's a lot in there. Okay, so these are the results. This is our website that we update every week, and it's got all of our data for all of our basins and sampling points. And this is what we found. So this data was just updated last week. I know it looks a little messy, so I'm going to walk you through it. What I want you to notice is that there's patterns, and there's different patterns depending on where you are in the city. So our x-axis here is the log axis, which means that you have 10 times as much RNA when you jump from 1 to 2. So it's a log axis. So it's 2 has 10 times as much DNA in the sample as this 1 does. This is the collection date. Like I said, we started collecting in May, but we are showing data when we first identified SARS-CoV-2 in the samples. So this first hump here, that's when SARS-CoV-2 arrived in Corvallis. Now I know that the Benton County health records say something else. They say that we started getting cases in April, but that's Benton County, right? So that's not the city of Corvallis. Our data shows that we didn't have it here in the city until July. And these different fits, these different curves represent different basins. So Beeka Basin is that red basin. That's the basin where a lot of the students are. Good Sam, that's our hospital. Good Samaritan Hospital. Shane and I isolate the effluent coming off of the hospital hill and have been running that from the beginning. And interestingly, we just didn't get, this is the bright yellow line, we didn't get many hits from the hospital effluent, but their caseloads have been relatively low. They really haven't had a lot of cases that have needed to be hospitalized at Corvallis, which is great. We saw a bit of a hit here at the end of August, and look at this, it's really spiking right now. The purple line might be the most important one because that's the composite sample. That's taken from the wastewater treatment plant. That's the amount of COVID that we're seeing in that composite sample for the entire city. This is the typical data that you would see from a wastewater project. But all these other lines make us a little bit different because it shows the other basins. This orange line kind of matches what we're seeing a bit with the wastewater treatment plant because that's also a composite sample for southern Corvallis or lower Corvallis. So that's a combination of Southtown, Southwest, and downtown basins. So I guess what I want you to notice from this is that we are getting basin-specific patterns, and I've broken this out. Oh yeah, here, and we are seeing an increase right now. So it's been slowly increasing since fall set on, and now we're really getting spikes. This is just a breakout. So obviously our y-axis is compressed a bit, so the spikes and the valleys don't look as egregious, but these are broken out, and you can see the replicates. So these dots These are the replicates we took, right? So we did 3 technical replicates per sample. And so this line is just an average of what those replicates are. And if you see a dot down on this line here, that means it didn't fire. We didn't find anything in that particular replicate. But you'll notice in the last group of sampling we did, everything fired across the board. Every single replicate from every single basin across Corvallis, we got detections. And here's this North Corvallis. Remember I told you we were sampling a line that included that really industrialized area. We cut that out at this point, and now we're starting to get signal again. We also expanded our Southwest Corvallis basin, so that's why you see a truncated data collection there. Okay, so in terms of key findings so far, what we found is that SARS-CoV-2 has been detected in every single sampling site or basin across the city, but not at the same time. So patterns of detection have differed across the different regions. But while our detection patterns are kind of similar to what Benton County Health caseload totals have been, we're still relatively low in Corvallis. We were preparing and gearing up for a pretty major outbreak, but as you saw from, well, if you go to state maps for prevalence of COVID-19 caseloads, Oregon is one of the safest places to be. We're actually pretty low in terms of overall caseloads. And Corvallis is relatively low, and Benton County is relatively low relative to Oregon. So we're very lucky, and our data actually shows that. Okay, so we were able to see seasonal shift. We were able to see that that seasonal shift onset around September. That also coincided with some of our students coming back. Oregon State University shut down on-campus courses. So they did that relatively late in the game. They kind of waited to see what other universities where their classes started sooner than ours did, what would happen. We saw massive outbreaks on campuses all over the US. So OSU shut down. So did our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools. So while we were set up to go and sample these schools and these specific points of interest, we actually haven't needed to. So the guidelines that have been put in place in Corvallis have largely been pretty good, and we haven't needed to go into these places. But now we got to communicate results to the public, which I gotta say is really hard and a little bit above my pay grade, I have to admit. The disseminating results, I'm used to just disseminating them to the scientific public. Talking to the public is actually really hard, and I don't know how to do it. So we called in a lot of help on this one because we wanted the public to get this data. We needed to use the media to do it. We also had lots of internal conversations with all the partners in this. So the city, Public Works, and Benton County Health, as well as OSU. We've been meeting regularly to make sure that we're all kept up to date. And then, eventually, we hope that this will influence how COVID restrictions and guidelines are formed. So what needs to be communicated is that risk is relatively low in Corvallis. We need to get that information out to the public, and we're doing that with this website and with press releases. So this press release was out in end of October, and we did a bunch of TV and newspaper interviews. It was kind of embarrassing, but that's actually my pantry. But it was useful because the information got out to the public, and we will continue to do this. And I hope that we're going to follow this at least until the vaccine comes out, and probably after, until we start getting a hold on COVID-19 prevalence in Corvallis and hopefully the US. I got to give a shout out to my main partner in crime, Shane Sinclair, who he and I have been doing this every week for the last 6 months. Jen Allen is largely running the genetics, and Tom, who's the director of our Public Works, has given us a lot of resources to do this work, and our auto samplers. So I'm happy to take questions now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tiffany. That was Very interesting and really fantastic presentation that you put together. We do have a couple questions that have popped up, and if anyone else has questions for her right now, go ahead and put them in the Q&A box. Tiffany, someone's asking about the cost related to this analysis, considering that a lot of local agencies are experiencing financial hardship. We're wondering what was the source of the funding for this study, and do you have any idea of a cost associated with it?
Yeah, well, actually, this is all 100% volunteer. So we haven't even applied for any funding for this, just because we know that funds are limited right now. And Tall and I, as well as Tom and Shane, we've just been volunteering our time. And it's all come in kind. So Jen is providing all of the DNA extraction kits. I'm providing all the sample bottles, so we're kind of taking from our other projects to make this work, because we knew it was going to be short. This is not a long-term project. It's just till we get this under control. And we wanted to do something, right? We just didn't want to sit there on our hands. The university pretty much shut down, and so Tal and I were just like, we got to do something. And so we are both aquatic ecologists. We use these techniques to find frogs and fish in streams. And so we're like, well, it can't be that much harder to find a viral RNA particle in wastewater. So that's what we're doing. And because we're all in-house and because it's all volunteer, I don't know how much one of these samples would cost. But I do know that BioBot was charging initially about $30 a sample, but then they hiked that way up because they realized that they needed a lot more work, or not a lot more people to do work. What I suggest is all county health organizations have testing abilities, and they run genetics testing too. So partnerships are key. Partnering with your local universities with their genomics labs, that's what we're doing, and the county, because they're running these nasal swab tests. They're running PCR. They just would need to add a filtration technique, and you can do it there too.
That's really good guidance. Thank you for that. Was there a concern that you guys would be during your, I think on the earlier slides, this question came up pretty early, but so they were wondering if there was a concern about painting specific neighborhoods or the campus with like a scarlet letter with the data that you guys were getting.
And that is, and well, you don't know this, but I have a hard time holding my tongue. I just wanted to put all of this information out there. The city was really great at telling me to put the brakes on. We got to figure out, we got to coordinate with Benton County Health. We got to coordinate with the Trace group on campus, and we got to make sure that we're not, like you said, painting a big red letter on certain neighborhoods, because there was some back and forth between the city and campus about whether the students were going to infect the city. And I think our data shows that largely didn't happen. I mean, what we're seeing in the city is outside of just the student zones, and it can't be traced back to those zones either. But yes, there was that worry. And Benton County Health is incredibly protective of their data. HIPAA regulations make sure that nothing can be brought back to the individual, and our sampling design has to ensure that nothing can be taken to the house level or the individual level. And we don't even come close to that. So we are breaking up our basins based on like populations of 5 to 10,000, so that does not happen.
I gotcha. Did you guys ever run into a scenario where you had a resident, a citizen, state that they didn't want or they didn't give consent to you to, I don't know.
Yeah, participate in the study.
Wastewater from their house. Yeah.
We have never had that. We haven't had that problem come up, and if we did, then the feedback I'm getting from Shane and Tom are like, well, if they want to use our sewage system and they're participating in the study, every time you flush and participating. But no, we haven't gotten that feedback. In fact, mostly it's been incredibly positive about Corvallis breaking up our COVID response in these levels. You know, we have the trace on campus, we've got us at the city level, plus we've got another group who's looking at municipalities, smaller municipalities all across Western Oregon. So it's a tiered response, and people seem to be very behind it.
Okay, well, that's great. That's good to hear. I think we have about 2 more questions for you. Thanks for being so generous with your time today. And while I'm asking these final questions, I'm going to let the attendees know that we're going to post the next round of polls for this session. So, so one of the questions came in, and again, it was early on. It says in the early slide about wastewater monitoring on the Iberian Peninsula, all of the towns showed similar levels of COVID-19 in the wastewater, but some had worse outbreaks than the others. Can wastewater COVID monitoring predict the intensity of a potential outbreak, or just that it's present in the waste stream?
That's a great question. And, you know, we struggle with this because some people are saying yes to that question, that yes, we can say, we can relate the number of copies of RNA that we're getting in our samples with the number of individuals that are infected. But I'm going to say a hard no on that, because sewer collection systems have so much dilution, and there's degradation of the RNA as you go through that sewer shed. So there's just no way that you can take a concentration and pin it to a number of infected individuals. But what you can do is you can look at patterns over time. So what I thought was interesting about the Iberian Peninsula data was that the pattern didn't change over that month of monitoring, or month and a half. They were getting the same amount, which says to me that they were probably just processing a small amount of wastewater. That was early on when we weren't real sure about what the proper methodologies were. We've since refined that well. So we now know that you need more than 50 mils of wastewater to look for these patterns. And to that point, patterns is what we're looking for. So we're not necessarily saying that we have this number of infections in the Beeka Basin. What we're saying is that there are more infections and more SARS-CoV-2 coming out of Beeka relative to the other basins at this time point, for example. And then we're saying, oh, there's less as we go into the summer, and now it's spiking back up again. But we're not relating that to specific caseloads.
Okay. Oh, good.
Hello,
Good
everybody. This is
information.
Shane, the moderator. I'm going to butt in here really quick because I'm going to launch this second poll. And earlier, I launched the wrong poll, and I do apologize. So we got one of Tiffany's polls after Jay's presentation. So this is actually once we do a poll, it's done. So this is actually the second polling question from Jay's presentation.
Thanks for chiming in with that, Shane. There would have been some confusion.
Yeah, that was my thought.
Yeah. So Tiffany, let's see. So can you remind me, there was a question, I think you touched on it later in the presentation, but the question early on was how many people participated in the trace?
Oh yeah, trace is great. But they are limited in testing, and again, this really comes back to the limitations of individual testing and kind of individual reporting for COVID-19. What they did was they went out into the community, and they were testing the community. They were doing 1,000 tests every weekend, and that just turned out to be not enough because the prevalence is so low, right? If we have 1 to 2% per prevalence in Corvallis, they're just not going to get many hits on that. So what they're doing now is they're really focusing on just the campus community, and they've invited all employees and students to participate, and then they're randomly sampling about half of us every week, with pretty much guaranteed sampling of everybody every 2 weeks. And so that's about 1,200 to 2,000 people currently, given many of the students didn't come back. So that's our employees. And then as far as total, I think it's around 4,000 to 5,000 every month.
Oh, wow. Okay. And one final question came in, and I just thought you could kind of revisit this. They're asking if once you ID an exposed area, are the results quantitative? Does it indicate that there are, how many, or I don't know how robust, I guess the.
Yeah, like what
Yeah.
are our detection levels? So our detection levels, they can be roughly expanded to one. If there's one COVID positive person in the 100 people, we can detect it. But if there's one COVID person in 200 people, we can't. So that's kind of our detection level right now, like 1 in 100.
Right, and it's just going to be positive or negative, right? Not.
Well, it is quantitative because we're running real-time qPCR, which means it is quantitative. We can see how much RNA is in our sample. But again, I'm very hesitant to say that amount of RNA can be attributed to a number of positive patients, because that amount of RNA is very much influenced by the dilution effect and degradation as it goes into the sewer. So while it is quantitative, you have to take those numbers with a grain of salt.
I gotcha. Okay. Well,
hey everybody. I'm just going to butt in really quick again. I apologize. I'm going to go ahead and share the results from that previous poll in relation to this presentation, now that it's more relevant.
Great. Good idea, Shane. Yeah, we did get quite a bit of feedback, Tiffany, that this was an excellent presentation, and a few folks thought that it was really great that the information was used to direct public health resources. So we really are very grateful for your time today, and that you shared with our group, and good luck with your good luck with this project in the future, and we hope you and your team stay safe out there.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we won't need to do it much longer.
I second that. Okay, folks, well, I'm going to pull up our final slideshow. Again, we want to give a big thanks to all of our planning committee members who participated in the workshop development this year. It was fun and challenging. Wonderful presenters at our workshop these last couple days. So we thank you all for signing up and joining us here at the virtual Pacific Northwest Pretreatment Workshop. You will be receiving, or whoever registered you within your agency will be receiving a request to participate in a survey. That feedback is really valuable to us. We'd love to hear your thoughts on if you were joining us from outside of the region, if you would be interested in listening in on our future workshops, if we did a hybrid virtual and in-person approach, and other topics of interest. So please take the time to complete the survey when you get it. If you don't see anything from us, feel free to reach out to me and I can send you the link directly. Again, if you had any issues with the polls and you need to document CEUs, document that you attended so that you can get CEUs, just shoot me an email and we can work it out from there. Thanks so much to the folks at the Pollution Prevention Resource Center and Western States Alliance for sponsoring our workshop this year. Ed, Krista, Ken, Clayton, you guys have really helped us put together a fantastic workshop. So thank you again, and thank you to all the regional pretreatment folks who volunteered on this planning committee. And again, just thank you to all of the attendees that sat through this virtual webinar. We really hope to get your feedback. And with that, I am going to remind you, actually one more reminder, that we are going to be posting these presentations to our website as well as the recorded webinars, which is going to be pretty fun. I'm really excited to take a look on my own time and sit through some of these, because there was just so much content, really, really great content to absorb. And so some of you guys have some questions on here, and I will circle back with you once I say goodbye to everyone. So if you do have some questions related to the workshop that I haven't answered yet, I'm going to answer them directly. So hang on, don't close your screen just yet. But with that, I hope you guys have a wonderful week and can stay safe here and into next year. And the folks that would be available to join our conference in 2021, I'm really looking forward to seeing you then. Fingers crossed that it will be an in-person event. Just so you know, we are planning to have it again at the Heathman Lodge. So for the folks that have attended the workshop or the conference in the past, do a happy dance because it will be a little nostalgic for us after this crazy year. And so it'll be so good to see everyone's face. All right, take care and goodbye from our group in the Pacific Northwest.
Is anybody still on?
I'm still here, Dave.
Oh, great conference, Andrea. Thank you so much for your time. This, the presentations really were superb this year. I got to tell you, it was amazing to see that. It was really a great conference, and so I think people from around the country. Did we have a lot of people from outside the Northwest? Because I think they probably would have benefited quite a bit from this too. I just wondered how many people. Yeah.
I don't have a number, hard number just yet. We'll definitely we've got all the registration info, but there were pretty, let's see, if I had to, Shane, and you can jump in here, but would you say like 25%? I don't know. There were a lot of folks from outside our region. There was a big crew from Hawaii, California, Nevada. I mean, I think Nevada and Arizona, they normally attend the workshop. And then on the East Coast, we had a pretty big group from the Chesapeake area and Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, some folks from the Northeast even. I think we had an attendee or two from Ohio, Texas, Alabama, Arkansas. Yeah, it was pretty far reaching, which was really exciting because like you said, all of the presentations were really phenomenal. And yeah, I can't, I mean, most, our workshop is great every year, but I feel like this year it just, maybe it was because more folks were willing to share virtually instead of standing up in front of a crowd of 200 people. But yeah, we had some really good topics and the presentations were fantastic.
What was the attendance total this year? Was it different?
Yeah, it was around every day. There were about a little over 250 people sitting through. And I think typically we have about 150, a little upwards of 150, maybe 175 each year. Between probably 125 and 175 is our average when we do it in person and locally. Oh, Utah. Hey, We have Utah here as well. Some folks are still listening on and they wanted to chime in. Oh, and Clayton said that, we did actually at one point have over 300 registrants. And I did forget to give a shout out to there were quite a few people attending from Canada as well. So it was a really great turnout. And I think that along with some great, topics that were, 102, there was a lot of good 101 stuff. So it was beneficial to the folks who've been in for a while, as well as the folks who are really new to pretreatment.
I hope it was okay to throw in so much about how to do toxic and explosivity limits. It's not something that you ever really see in a local limits presentation, and I felt that it was important at some point to give something of a presentation on that. It's been 18 years since I did a presentation on that, and all the people that I talked to at that point have retired, so no one can was there to stop me and tell me how bad I did. So I had to wait till they all retired to do it again. But I think it's more advanced, but I hope it was understandable.
It was, and I did get a lot of feedback that it was really informative, and that perhaps we would want to extend another invite for you to go into even more detail, because they were wanting more time with you to go into this topic. So
yeah, it's involved. There's a bit to it. I tried to make it as simple as I could, but it's hard with the audience so spread out in their expertise levels. That I know someone that's just beginning. It would have been hard for them to follow everything with that.
Right. I think it was great. I did just see your question for Tiffany, and I'm happy to follow up with her about the difference in the daily totals.
That was just weird that, she had the number and then the graph didn't match it at all. At the rate she had up there, 580, we're just over 200,000 per year, which is what CDC claimed our mortality was from the 2018 flu, season. So, I don't know which to believe really, because it seems like different numbers. But it seems a little difficult nowadays to get mortality. Everybody wants to talk cases, not deaths. And I think that it's important to keep tracking the mortalities too, because that's an important indicator of, whether the virus is morphed as well. Because what happens with viruses is that they change over time. That's why we have a different flu shot every year, because it's not the same. The coronaviruses are not static, and they change a lot from year to year, and they morph into more or less virulent strains. So I just thought, it's important to track the information that we have, and if they're seeing a lot more COVID-19 tracers in the sewer, but not more deaths, but we have more cases and we have more tracer indications, but not more deaths. Maybe we're experiencing a change in the virus to a less virulent strain, which happens with viruses over time.
Right. Sure. That makes sense. That would be some, I'd love to hear what she has to say about that. So I may pass it on. And if I hear anything back, I'll pass on the info to you.
Yeah, because what's the 580 per day mortality rate's about 212,000 a year, and well, normally we have about 2.4 million deaths a year in this country, and in the 2018 flu season, EPA projected that we had about 200,000 people die from the flu that year. Well, so it's interesting that would be a low number then, the 580. That would indicate we're, basically, but the flu is so seasonal. I mean, there's like no cases in the summer, and even now we would just be starting to see the ramp up on flu cases. It's really so seasonal.
Oh, yeah. I think it's pretty interesting, and I hope that. Sorry, I had some issues
Yeah.
with the
We have to get
the
an
other side of the webinar,
epidemiologist
but
on. For next year, we have to get an epidemiologist to decipher the data.
yeah, that's a really great idea. Remind me when I reach out for topics,
Right.
when we try to solicit topics. So, okay, well, thanks, Dave. And if there are any other folks on here that have any other questions for us, let's see. We had for those of you who have joined us for the last 30 years or so, we had a question about or a comment about Jerry Baumgardner. Because he contributed a lot to this workshop, and I think it's been a really neat experience throughout the years to watch this workshop grow into a conference. And
Did he attend
now,
this? Did Jerry was one? Do you remember? Was he on listening in?
I didn't specifically look for him,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
but that would have. Let's see. I'm gonna check now. No, I can look for his name under the registration, but
Oh, yeah. I was wondering if anybody from
first
EPA, of
part.
course, and Pickrell was listening in on this stuff, just to see if they caught the flavor of this. But yeah,
Sure.
I don't know if you have a list of the EPA people that were on.
Yeah, I can definitely take a look. Al was on, but other than that, let's see. I don't think that. Yeah, I'd have to definitely look at the emails and the registration to see
Right.
where they're coming in from.
It was
All
great to
right.
have him as a presenter. He's a good. He's very lively and personable, so I like this too.
Yeah, that would have been fun. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close out the meeting. Thanks again, Dave, for contributing this year. And you gave me a lot of really good suggestions. I think you saw, Tiffany was from a link that you sent, and the folks from Michigan was also from some info that you sent over that I checked out. So
I'm glad they were willing to do that.
Again.
I felt that was really interesting presentations that they had and relevant to the future. So yeah, thanks for picking up.
Definitely.
I think they did a great job too. Yeah.
Me too. All right. Well, thanks again, and we'll see you guys. Hopefully, we'll see all of you guys next year, in person in 2021. Fingers crossed. And stay safe out there, Dave.
Bye bye.
We're in the same area.
Okay.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye bye.